No, not yet. Are you back on over there too? Okay, so we're back on, this is part two, we're back on, we're back live. So give me a second.
The most important thing is that our secretary can,
Well, text her, send it for.
I don't have a phone number, I'm sorry. I have an email, but just, what you want me to say?
The first one is on page 5.
No, I'm gonna
Just
text,
say we're back on.
I wanna text Linda to let her know we're back on.
Oh. No, it's back up. Just. Okay, we're back on. So wait a minute, is this?
So this is the 2040?
Yes, exactly, this is two public recording. We go here. Oh, yeah, I'm admitting Linda back.
She's back, but. That'll make sure, everything gets recorded for the motions and. How we vote on things, some of the important things. Should have voted on that. No, sure. Ready?
Yes, right.
All right, Gabby is gonna direct us to the items that she had placed today. Change things. What page are we on?
We're on page 5, number 2. I'm waiting for Randall, he's asking me to wait.
Yeah, this was sent to us late today, but
No, I sent it yesterday.
Let me see, the 7, 6.
no, when she finished it,
Oh, yeah.
okay, with your
Yeah,
comments.
Mhm.
where should they go? Okay.
Number 2,
Page 5, number 2.
Randall.
Sure, number 2 here.
yeah.
No,
Yeah,
two
just up-
and the findings.
No,
page-
he's right. Yeah, right there, number 2.
Oh, I see it, sorry.
So when it says many non-industrial businesses have opened near the waterfront while the dock has been in unfettered operation, including Kitty's and Basilica. So the existing dock does not appear to have been a significant deterrent to the establishment of such businesses.
Oh,
First of all, this just feels sort of subjective. How can we know if it's? Many people have come before us who want to open businesses down there and said that this operation would be a deterrent. I'm not sure how we can make a statement like this.
I thought we changed this last time.
I thought we did too.
Yeah, we did talk about that, we just talked about how this
It wasn't changed in the next draft.
change. Yeah, we did talk about it because it's kind of.
Also,
about it, but we didn't change
to
it.
describe the operations as unfettered, they've been operating at a much more limited capacity than we're talking about them operating, so that doesn't feel totally accurate. And
But I mean, just factually, there are no conditions on inspiration right now. That's where that's coming from,
okay, sure.
so,
Yeah, unfettered meaning, right.
but you can change the word, you can take
Unencumbered
it
by
out, but
legal.
that's why it says that, without any conditions at this current point.
From our point of view, we're supportive of the statement, I think these and the Maryland clauses are, the point of them is to put together a strong record so that this
Right.
application isn't a futile exercise that just gets shot down by a project proponent. I mean, it's supposed to be, if this is a resolution to approve, why would we be taking out statements and putting in statements that are either contradictory or inconsistent or weaken the resolution? So that would be my request, is that the board vote to keep that statement in.
This is a resolution to approve at the moment with conditions that are being imposed and that are being discussed. And those conditions are very much in part to protect future economic development. And we've been told by many people who have plans in them, tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, that this operating unfettered would be a huge deterrent to those businesses. So I find this statement misleading.
Okay, what does the board think? What do you wanna do?
Yeah, either we keep the statement we had at number 2 and you see it all.
Did you have the change?
or we can
Well, we can just
change it to what's the proposed by,
operation.
I'm
Just take out
talking.
the characterization out.
Well, why don't you just take unfettered out?
That's what I'm saying, just take the characterization out and just leave an operation. That's it.
And does not
Which,
appear to offend a
that's the one that, was
Yeah, and
proposed
then
by
I-
Gabby, the one that was proposed by Gabby, we take an unfeathered out.
And so we're taking unfettered out,
Yeah.
and then. Do you want, it sounds like there's discussion, just leaving it after businesses have opened. And taking out does not appear to have been a significant deterrent.
I mean, we've been told by the CAS developers and the Dunn warehouse developers that it would be a deterrent. So it just seems in direct
It's talking
opposition.
about the businesses that are there, but.
Yeah, I would say if you took out unfettered, put a period at operations and then just pick it up with the conditions place.
Okay.
Great.
Anybody else have anything to say?
Say that again. I would say that we take out unfeathered, just end it near the waterfront while the dock has been in operation, period. Then pick it up. The conditions placed on the conditional use permit will ensure that the continued dock operation does not does not impact the orderly development of adjacent properties. Do not, so it doesn't.
Okay, do you need to read that?
No, I got it.
And it's accurate and it reflects the condition.
So does anyone need it written, read again, the way we wanna write it? Oh, sorry, read it again.
You got a period after operation,
Mhm.
what about including kiddies and facilities?
No, that's
That stays,
that's removed, that's removed.
that's
They
removed.
want-
Okay, I'm gonna let, Victoria's gonna read it as we just,
No, but
So-
that's, I think everyone understands what it says.
Does everyone understand?
Does everyone want it? How does everyone understand?
okay, the two. Is
So
it,
it says,
okay,
have opened near the waterfront while the dock has been in operation. Period.
okay,
Then if it picks up the conditions placed on the conditional
The
use
same thing?
permit will ensure that the continued dock operations. Good dock, oh, it's just.
Randall's proposing to take out, including Kitty's and Basilica Hudson, comma, so the existing dock use does not appear to have been a significant deterrent to the establishment of such business. So the question is. Does the board want to remove that language, modify the language?
in other words, this is the new language to, number 2. So do we wanna agree to that? Everybody read it?
All right, what he said, period after operation, take out the next two and a half lines, and then start with a new sentence.
The conditions.
Conditions based on, blah, blah, blah.
Right, this is conjecture,
Okay.
you know, it's not, you both, you know, this
That's
doesn't.
work in general.
So it's the characterization as conjecture doesn't make sense,
Okay.
to me, to be put there.
You have it clear?
Yes, but I need
Yes.
a majority, because a majority agree, that's.
Okay, could you read it again with the changes?
Randall just read it.
So I mean,
I will read the whole thing with the changes, so we can all hear it at the same
from
time.
the top or from.
No,
No, but what the
Many non-industrial businesses have opened near the waterfront while the dock has been in operation, period. The
Right,
conditions placed on the conditional use permit will ensure, and then it moves on.
Will ensure the continued dock operations, and that should be not do not, because that's not proper. The condition of operation does not impact the orderly development of the adjacent property.
It's do not, it's grammatically correct.
Do not.
Yes.
Yes, subjects operations, so.
Okay.
that's okay. Okay, so everybody, okay, listen, we're gonna move on. Did everybody understand the reading of the new word? Do we agree?
Do not.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Mark,
Yes, I agree, yeah.
okay, yes,
yes.
yes, we all agree? All right, done, move on.
Next.
Next one.
The next one is on page 9, and either the language was already changed or I misread it. It's irrelevant, so we can skip that one.
So next.
Okay, what are you saying? Not look at it?
Yeah, page number 9,
Which one?
we can skip that one. So the next, I only have one more. And it is,
Well, so
Wait.
kind of on 9, it does say the project shall not impede public access to or enjoyment of the city's public waterfront park. And you're saying, delete that.
either the language was changed already or I misread that it said does not but it says shall not. So that's different, right? I misread that it says does not, and my argument was, we can't say it doesn't impede enjoyment of the park, because many people say it does, but it's saying shall not.
Oh, okay, it does say shall not, but moving forward, these are findings and findings are subjective. So the board, these are the board's findings, so this is the part of the resolution where you say whether you agree or disagree with these findings. And so it's okay to have subjective statements, because this is how the board as a majority is gonna feel.
I was saying I disagree
No, I
with
got
that,
that.
but
I'm
the
just
shall
saying
not
that
language
it's
is
not
fine.
necessarily a bad thing.
Okay, so you're saying leave it as it is, do not change it?
Yes.
Okay,
Where-
we've already
where are you
agreed on this, so we don't have to say anything. So
Well,
yeah, we've already
Page
agreed.
11,
Did you say page 11?
page 11,
Page 11.
Which one? Number?
page 11, number 10. The court by order and decision in A. Call Russo and Son versus City of Hudson Planning Board determined that the applicant has vested rights in the dock as a continuing use, but did not determine the extent of the vested use. I have a problem with the word determined. It wasn't a determination, it was dicta. The case had nothing to do with vested rights.
I mean,
was
it's up to the
stated,
board, but
yeah.
it was a statement in the case.
But the case, it wasn't a finding in the case, it wasn't legally binding. A determination is a holding, it means it's essential to the case's outcome and creates binding precedent. Dicta is just an observation being made, and this was an observation being made, and in fact, he even said, I'm not gonna really comment on this because this is not what the case is about, so to use the word determined is misleading.
I think he determined that he had vested rights, but did not determine the scope of those vested rights as was clearly stated in the decision.
I disagree, I
if
think a
anything, it's just Changing the
determination,
words of the resolution to make it weaker so that it's more open to public attack. I mean, if the board could just vote to pass on this, we can move on, because we have 52 conditions that were added to this, we're never gonna get anywhere.
We're gonna get to it, don't worry about
this
it.
is the process that's happening.
Okay, Gabby, what are you saying? Okay,
I'm saying I would like to remove either the entire clause or the word determined needs to be changed because it's misleading.
okay. And I view this is exactly what the court already said. It's gonna-
But the word determined is legally misleading.
It's
It's not
it's an
a
opinion of
deter-
one person, we're gonna vote on it, if
If
everybody.
everybody agrees.
If the rest of the board feels the same way, we'll take it, but if not, we are moving on, okay?
On page
So
11.
anybody else on the board have anything,
Yeah, you are.
wanna change this language?
Oh, right here.
For that one.
Yeah.
Oh, there's, okay.
No, it's exactly what the court said.
I don't know what she says.
Okay, so she is actually what you said.
I mean, I don't think it was dicta, dicta's like an aside, like, oh, by the way, so, you know, the cement tower is ugly or something, but
But this is wording.
I mean,
exactly
determined,
from
we
the
could
court.
say,
It
state,
wasn't a
No,
determination.
but isn't this exactly from what?
That they have vested rights.
the part. The last part of the clause is from the case, the word determined. He doesn't say, I hereby determine, so you could say stated,
Okay,
that the applicant has. Vested rights, I mean, it's stated in the
it's
decision.
stated, okay,
All right, yeah, all right.
okay, we'll take stated, anybody else?
Yeah, I'm good.
Any disagreement with just changing determined to stated? Because it is.
I
what's
can read it right out
stated.
in case
Yeah,
that would.
we're gonna just say stated.
You have it.
Oh,
This is because petitioners have vested rights.
Then can you read the footnotes?
so it's stated.
Yeah.
No, that's.
I mean,
Yeah, the court declines that which this provision says to address the exact scope of the vested rights.
Okay, can I say
Because
something?
that's not-
Can I say something? That's not necessary. We are talking about the changing stated. If we're gonna move on, we just can't get stuck on little things, on things that just is not going to help us any. So we're
Because
gonna
it doesn't
change
say
the
the term
determined.
determined, is what you read.
Yeah, we're gonna change it from
It doesn't
stated,
use
it didn't
that
say,
language.
it didn't say determined.
It-
So we're saying
It's
that.
relevant
the
in
court
legal
order state.
language, it's a relevant difference between.
So we
determined-
already agreed.
We agreed on
Change the terminology stated,
Right,
so is there
no,
a
I think,
reason why we're lingering on this?
no, oh, we all in agreement?
No, we're not.
Okay,
No,
What's the difference between what this says determined and what the board is saying stated?
determined makes it sound as though the court made that decision, which
Okay.
I believe they did, in the opinion. Stated is a little bit less, it it's that it was written in the decision.
Right.
Okay, is that your interpretation?
That's correct.
So we can change it to stated.
No, I agree with the
Well-
planning board attorney
Well,
that the court said, more accurate description of what the court said was that they determined. They said this is because we have vested rights.
But
And
in the,
It's not
it's
about-
not-
one at a time.
This is a resolution, it's a factual recitation. Honestly, this is not the important
not.
part of this resolution, this is just providing a factual background, so I'm fine with the word.
I mean,
stated.
yeah,
So why don't we use the terminology because the applicant and
No.
then just,
if we say stated, it just says, you know, it was stated in the determination from the, it was stated in the letter from the, court.
But she's got,
Okay.
not to linger, but why not use the language that was in the record? You could say because, right?
We can,
And we,
Because that's the language.
and we don't have to say it, we can leave it as it is, that's what I'm trying to get.
I mean, why,
Okay,
can I ask
sense.
why this statement is in here at all?
because it's setting
Just the
the
fact.
history of the project, how did we get to where we are right now? It's been how many years? So I think it's important when you go back and look at history and how we got to where we are.
But if there's an argument to be made about vested rights, then we have to, like, then what does that mean? It means that they're still under the non-conforming use limitations, and that means, you know, then there's
That's just.
zero, there can be zero evidence of an increase in use. I mean, the vested rights is tied to the non-conforming use, and we're here for a CUP. So it seems,
But the second half of the paragraph nullifies the first saying, they have vested rights, but they're undetermined, so it doesn't really.
pointing out that it is,
Okay, so
the
let's
whole thing is attached to non-conforming.
what do we wanna do?
And we're here for.
Leave it in, all right,
leave it in-house,
leave it in how it was stated or determined.
we can do stated or or verbatim the
No,
words that were stated.
Stated,
and
I
that's
say
Stated.
stated.
I'm
We
fine
need
with
that verbatim, I'm like,
All right, what do you say, James?
What are you saying there?
I'm saying either way, stated or because.
because the applicant has vested.
I'm saying,
How about I just quote from the decision?
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
what I just said.
Okay,
verbatim.
I'm just gonna do that, states that,
When in doubt,
Not to
vote
get
that.
this.
okay,
So,
got it, I'm just
Okay.
adding it in.
All
no,
right.
but read what you're doing.
Yeah, when she finishes, she's gonna read it before we, make a decision.
Just,
States that, quote, petitioners have vested rights in the dock as a pre-existing non-conforming use, end quote, but declined to address exactly okay, declines to address the exact scope of petitioner's vested rights.
Okay. So that's exactly what the court order says.
it's accurate and it's not
Right.
biasing in any.
And it's non-biased and written, okay, good. We all agree?
Yes.
Let's move on, done.
No,
No,
the line before it, we often suggest the following edits, deletion of number 9.
Well,
we
it
didn't
was
do
old
that.
9, I believe,
Yeah.
it became 10.
It was number 9 and now it's number 10.
So that's it.
She does.
And that's
I
what
was
we're talking about now.
Deleting the entire thing, but if we changed it.
All right, so now we're back to where we left off on 12.
Yes, now we go to page number 12 in the document, number 4.
Thanks.
Number 4, that is there. Okay. It's talking, sorry. Okay, Victoria, would you read that to us?
Sure. 4 requires the applicant to comply with the best management practices plan for the dock and to implement the following measures at all times during dock operations to control potential dust impacts.
Okay, we can see the. Anybody have anything they want to say about the, Is there anything left out? Cause this has been discussed. But, anything left out that needs to be added or?
I'm sorry, I just had to check the for volume. Please start that again. Please repeat that.
We're on to condition 4, which requires them to comply with their best management plan.
Yeah.
Including the following, and then it means.
And they also have to fall into and the dock should be kept.
I did have a, hold on.
Yeah, this has been discussed, so. Internal truck route, paved dock surfaces, exposed.
Oh, so yeah, I didn't know that.
So, but hold on, so when we specify the applicant shall comply with the approved best management practice, approved by whom?
You,
Okay,
there's a plan they submitted and it's incorporated into this project. So if you approve the project, you are thereby approving the plan as part of the project.
And some of the things that are highlighted, A, B, C, D, E, and F. And, the statement underneath those.
I would make a correction or a alteration in item 4 to remove during dock operations. What did you say? The applicant shall comply with the approved plan and shall implement following measures at all times to control potential dust impacts.
At all times, so remove during dock operations.
Okay, at all times. What we control if they're not full.
all right, so I have
Well, I
a,
mean, if they end up having a dust problem, then it just gets cut in and they just have to do it.
Okay.
Actually.
Good, thank you.
so we have another, it's in another section where we talk about the maintenance of the road, of the public road.
I think that's coming up.
C and D. And E. and we put the page on
No,
it.
but then, no, this actually refers to something different. I had a thing about,
No, it's
I think it's coming up.
It's coming up, it's
Okay,
coming
I
up.
just want to make sure
Yeah.
that this wasn't there. This is very unnecessary, but it was.
Okay, the applicant
So-
maintain records of pest control activities, including sweeping and watering frequently. And shall include this information in the annual compliance report required under condition number 17.
That's impact.
Okay, we're good?
We put the bottom three.
Oh,
What do you mean by the internal truck route and the dock services shall be swept on a regular basis? What is that? I think how's a regular basis defined?
Oh, yeah, you must.
a daily, whenever needed.
Well, we think
Yeah,
that we
we will.
need it on a.
Daily.
You got it.
It's in the rest of it, we do talk about how often it should be swept as we're going. Hold on to that question because it's there, it's,
Okay, yeah, because I remember
Regular
there
basis
except
to
for
maintain
But-
cleanliness.
but I think it's in the
Well, so-
resolution, she did mention daily something.
Well, that was a proposed condition by a member, so. You can talk to the planner about best management practices, but if there is no one, if there are no dock operations for a period of time, does it make sense to require it daily?
Well, if they have a dust problem over there. Whatever, they didn't know us, I would think that they're due, but they wasn't there, they.
But I would think the operation is almost on the emphasis to begin with, so, I mean.
Well, that's what we,
The operation,
yeah, that's what we're delivering on, that they're gonna be working every day.
But on a reasonable basis, work.
No, because it's how the
Yeah,
operation is defined reasonable, so I mean, it's one that wasn't unfair.
Where are we exactly?
C, on page 13,
C,
See,
See?
I mean, E, excuse me.
Yes, okay.
the internal truck route and paved dock surface shall be swept on a regular basis to maintain cleanliness and minimize dust.
And then somewhere else in there gives some, how often?
No, it's only here. So that, the discussion of the findings is just factual,
Yeah.
it's just findings of work, these are the actual finding conditions.
Well,
Yeah.
No, it's no like reference to other sections of the.
Yeah, there's some other type.
So, I mean, I read this on a regular basis as defined to maintain cleanliness, so if they're not operating and there's no piles down there for some reason, we wouldn't be sweeping because we already don't need to maintain Cleanliness should be no piles.
For the time.
Right, so it's defined by who maintain cleanliness.
Cause nobody is on your dock other than you. Okay. No other commercial
Correct.
entity can come on that dock and operate. Any questions? Can we move on? Can we approve this and move on? Approve?
Can we,
Okay,
are we,
as
is
it's
the planning board just gonna go through and then we can respond after?
yeah, no,
Okay.
you can respond as we come, because once we leave this, we wanna not have to go back.
I think it might be better to go through and then have us respond because.
Then we have to go back.
Correct. Yeah, I think
Because we'll respond, yeah, 'cause we already have responded to in writing almost all of these except for the additions that were today, which we can respond to. So if you guys wanna go forward, we can respond to the rest.
Right, you don't have the ones that we made today, right?
Right, and I mean, we intend to respond to those in the next day or two.
Yeah.
But I just think it'll just hold up everything if we argue about every condition.
I thought it would, I wish we didn't have to, but.
Alright,
Okay.
the only change I'm making, I'm taking out 17 because the conditions have already changed numbers, so I'll just put a placeholder
That's
there.
17.
No,
in
in,
condition
Oh.
17 as required in
yeah,
condition
I'm just,
17.
I'm just,
So, condition 17.
yeah,
Okay.
I'll put a placeholder.
Okay, now we're on, page 13, number 5.
Section 5, yeah.
The dock operation could comply with the city of Hudson noise control law, chapter 210 of the city code. And with the following operational practices to maintain potential noise impact, minimize potential noise impact. And then we have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. And number 6. Any questions on these?
I have,
They said an addition.
I had an addition about just noise monitoring, because a lot of times a facility will make noise and not realize the level of noise, the level of intrusion that it is to the neighborhood. Because you're used to it, you have a hard head, you're going about your daily routine. And I wanted to have a proviso that says something about install permanent noise monitoring, monitoring a part facing the boundaries.
We
So
have that at the end.
Yeah, it's in
That's
there.
there for
It's not in
discussion.
there.
Is it?
It should be in the earlier
not
one
in
that
this
you received,
section.
but it's not in.
Okay, no, Sam.
It's not in this section, but no, it should be in the earlier one he received, but it's not in the latter one. It is, it's in the latter one too,
Okay, that's, well, make sure.
but it's there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you placed Gabby's stuff where it belongs, but forgot to put Randall.
Randall did not identify page numbers for things belonging.
Oh, okay.
It was a yellow at the end.
Wow, okay, wow. That's a good job.
Sorry.
Okay, number 8, are we all in agreement with that? That was a recommendation by board member?
Randall?
Any equipment or vehicle is equipped with backup warning, realize that police noise emitting warning signals system that needs to be out of state. What is that?
Well, that's already there.
No, this is what Gabby suggested. Number 8, but is it already in there?
It was somewhere else, but
It's,
We're on 5 foot.
yeah, we're on 5-8.
We 5H.
Think part of it's included as A, but it was expanded to lights
right.
Yeah,
or dedicated spot or, I don't know what those are.
yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out. What exactly is all of this?
It's exactly.
Oh, tell us all.
So, what's the difference for the planner? The difference between A and H? H is more. Okay. Specific.
It's more specific. It's more specific. It does provide items saying, instead of just low volume warning, mittens could be lights or dedicated spotters, which I believe are people, right? That's what your point is, like a person.
So
That's what I think is what she's noting here.
it's fun. So dedicated spotters to include people. Are there anything else other than people?
So, I mean, this is a question, does the board want to add this?
I mean, but one question is, I mean, it says it shall utilize the least noise emitting warning system. So who makes that even determination that it is that, to that level?
I mean, that's a problem, no one, after. Nobody's going to make that determination.
In other words, it's enforceable. It's not.
Well, we could enforce it right now by saying this is the system we have to use, but if there's a change in technology, it. You know, there's gonna be an awareness issue.
So, yeah. Cause the first one says it shall employ a white noise or broadband backup.
Right,
system.
that was it.
Instead of a specific as it's on that order.
That was A, and then H, it's saying basically, it's just adding on to A.
If the technology improves or changes, then it will just have to be updated as such when the permit is reviewed, you know, up for renewal. It just means that it has to keep up with that ever improving technology.
No, I understand what that means, but the way that the approval process works, something gets approved and then. It's gone, we don't have control over it, and
Why can't we just, I'm sorry, why can't we just leave it, if we wanted to take Gabby's suggestion, say, any equipment or vehicles equipped with backup warning shall utilize the least noise emitting warning systems that meet applicable state and federal safety requirements. Well, that's it.
Sure, yeah.
well, the question from the
It's similar to
planner.
A, I mean, it's just.
The question from the planner was who determines that it's the least restrictive system? And when they go to enforce this, so if you have to go to court because you have an issue with noise.
Right.
And you have to go before the judge,
Right,
who makes the decision here that they are or aren't using the least noise emitting warning system?
well, it's gonna have to be subjective in nature, isn't it?
So, I mean,
It's unenforceable.
That we are within the code, and we're adding white noise on top of that. So
Right.
Yeah.
any reasonable. And I don't think it's reasonable to ask for that to trend with technology just to get required, we're already within the code, and this is, you know, a permanent condition. And we'll have to consistently make a determination of what's the least, it's a little too.
Yeah. So A says it and H says it differently, so do we wanna just leave H? Or just, and yeah. And just leave it to A and not add H? What do you guys think? I mean, I think H is, I mean, A is saying it all, saying it all,
Yeah, I'm,
I really do,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
think H
think
is
we need
fine.
H.
I
No, it's
suggest,
A is saying it all, not
A?
H. A.
I suggest we leave A and disregard H.
Anybody else agree with that?
Mine.
I'm fine with that, I mean, sometimes we get too specific. Okay. We got, okay, but we got a majority, yeah,
Well, she's still.
okay, yeah, sorry. Randall?
Yeah.
We just voted on something, we wanna catch your vote. We're gonna keep A,
We said it.
that's fine.
okay,
That's good.
all right, so we're keeping A, disregarding H. Okay, we're on page 14, number 6. It's your turn.
can we take turns down on the line? The following truck safety practices shall be implemented at all times during dock operation to ensure public and pedestrian safety. There's a maximum speed limit, it needs to be posted. When a truck is stopped, the driver needs to notify other trucks traveling to and from the dock, the radio or other equivalent. Trucks serving the dock shall comply with the operational hours, rules and regulations of the haul road permit. And shall not use the haul road outside of the approved hours of operation. And the applicant must ensure that all truck drivers, including independent haulers, receive written notice and instruction regarding the safety procedures prior to operating on the site.
And these are all the things that they agreed with before.
Well, they've been reworked. And so we put our comments and sections that all of the conditions except for the ones that were added.
So
To
are
this
you
morning.
objecting to these
And
conditions?
it's gonna be a decent.
In our written,
I know, but that came late, so.
yeah, I mean, we can go through, and that's why I was offered to read the conditions we had already agreed to, it might be a faster way. To get to where we wanna go,
I mean, like,
rather than,
what would be objection about this?
On number 6, page 14, yeah, 6, A, B, C, and D, page 14. Do you have any objections to that?
And not that your objection, you can still consider them, but.
So. I'll be quick. So we started at 4. I would just suggest that the applicant shall comply with the following conditions rather than say comply with an approved best management plan. And then these conditions as well, because it's just easier just to have one set of conditions than
Well,
the
there might
plan
be,
and then the
there
condition.
might be other things in that best management plan that have been incorporated into the project. I think we pulled
Right,
out.
pulled, rather than them say that, rather take the conditions in the best management plan and put them in the permit, so there's one set of rules rather than a permit we have to comply with, and then a best management plan that we have to comply with, that everyone thinks said the same thing, but
No, you have to comply with the best management plan. This was just intended to show some of, I mean, maybe I can just take these out later, but the plan is more expensive than these 5 conditions. Isn't it?
No.
Okay. So this was, I mean.
and several of these have been reworded as. So, I'll just, for instance, so. Like, the last statement under F. That Colorusso shall maintain dust control activities, include sweeping. I think it's completely ridiculous and unreasonable to make us keep records of sweeping and watering activities at the dock. I mean, we're already required to comply with the BMPs. And the code enforcement officer has the authority and jurisdiction to enforce the code and the city code and our permit. It seems completely, I mean, it's completely unreasonable to add a condition to Colorusso that we have to self-report every time we sweep the dock or self-report compliance for the permit.
So you're not objecting to the best management practices, you're objecting to the additional language that's been proposed that requires an annual report.
That and
You are?
4F says, to any spilled materials onto roadways shall be properly cleaned up. That's the way we have phrased it. This adds any materials spilled or tracked onto roadways.
Right.
So
If
some
something
materials
comes up,
spilled onto, so there's already best management practices to deal with material that is gonna be on trucks that doesn't get tracked onto it. We can't be responsible to go around the entire CR district and sweep up tire marks when they could have come from any business down there. I mean, the Amtrak station, the CSX road, the entire thing is unpaved. There's many unpaved parking lots down there. So we'd rather focus on best management practices that we can control on our site, rather than be responsible to clean up.
this was
Tire marks.
intended to
That's
be
it, that-
tracking from your truck.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
you can-
But how is it determined that a tire truck mark came from a Colorusso truck?
I don't read track as truck marks, and I think it means material that falls off the
Material
truck.
that's-
Bill, like, wow.
Like.
Well, that's what I meant by spill.
There could
Yes,
be a,
but then it can be
spill
tracked.
size, like the truck fell over, right?
so you,
I'm just saying,
so you're suggesting another word? Other than track?
we suggested responses to all of these conditions.
Yeah.
And if I can go through all of those tonight if you want to.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah, but now we're getting back into you're going back and forth. We should establish the conditions and then let them respond to it.
Well, we are, but I think I think we're both misunderstanding this word track.
Track.
He's reading it as tire mark.
And I'll,
and I was-
page 13F.
His worry is, if material is spilled onto the road, right? And a variety of vehicles can track it into a variety of directions. They don't wanna be chasing down all of these directions to sweep it up.
Right, I mean, we're willing to do stuff on our site through our trucks to prevent that from happening, but it's a commercial it's a mixed use district, there are commercial businesses everywhere that are going to be tracking dust, there's dust issues that have been cited at a number of surrounding businesses.
But I was under the impression that that's what that meant, just for.
But we think spill would just be more clear for us, so we know what we have to comply with.
So, I mean, I defer to the engineer because these conditions came from,
Came from
well, in consultation with the minister.
So how do you suggest that this be?
Well, do we have to designate that it's material spill from his truck or a contractor, someone doing either them or somebody doing business with them?
And Renan, I think I'm in agreement with you on this point, that I think that I'd rather the board go through, and then we can propose our conditions in writing, then the board can have a decision, these are the ones that we wanted, here's what Colorusso is offering as a resolution of this matter, and the board can just vote. Because if we go through line by line,
Go
we're kind of,
back.
we're drafting on the fly and I think it's.
Yeah.
Okay, so that
We're not
doesn't
gonna
make
get
sense.
any-
In other words, let's go through.
So wait,
what's-
so for the record, are you withdrawing the threat to hold us in contempt if there's no vote tonight?
If there's a, if
I
there's,
just wanna
Well,
be
no,
clear.
it did say it is, continue, we have to, it did say we had to have a vote, it said something, but it meant that we can continue.
if the board gives us something to go back with, then yeah, the board is just gonna continue to
We've
delay.
been threatened by, everybody's threatening us.
Yeah, but
So
everybody.
that doesn't,
Look at it.
that does
all.
not move my decision,
No,
And
I'm just asking because
because he did say it.
If the board goes through the rest of the conditions and gives us some homework and a chance to respond, we will do so accordingly.
Yeah. We can
And
understand
I
it.
think that's the public.
Okay, so in other words, he's saying, let's go through what we have on paper now.
Yeah, we'll discuss it
And
and
we
then we can
gave it to
respond.
you, and then you will respond, and then, you know, everybody agree with that?
For the
I'm
record,
just catching up.
that is what Randall said.
Okay, Randall, Randall said it first. Okay, so where were we, Randall?
Item 14, number 6.
Oh, we're page 14, number 6, okay?
No, I got it.
I got to six.
So we're
Okay.
already back to,
Page
We're page
14.
14, number 6. Does anybody on the planning board have anything to, wanna change or add to this? If not, we go to number 7, because I have something I want to add here.
number 7 as part of 6.
Wait,
Page-
let's get from 6.
Okay, but
This is 6, this is
Number 7.
number 7, part of 6.
No,
Scroll down.
Yeah.
No, he said,
No, you're right,
It's right
you're at the right
How
part,
was that?
okay.
it's not part of, it's following.
Oh, all right, that's.
Okay, so, anybody have anything you want to add or change with numbers, page 14, number 6, A, B, C, or D? If not, we'll go to number 7. I just wanted to add something there. Where, you know, I was down there and I didn't see any. I thought we went through that.
We didn't go through 6 yet.
We did, but go
No,
ahead.
we didn't.
Okay, we did good.
Okay.
Or
Number 7.
just saying where we are.
yes, I'm hoping I'm catching.
We're just gonna, the next meeting on the 18th, I wanna turn this
Yeah,
around. like,
yeah,
so
yeah,
you guys
yeah.
Have some time to
Okay,
sit and think about it, right?
and don't send it to us on the day of, please, that's not fair.
I understand, but the resolution was posted Friday, I worked as hard as I could.
Okay, no, he's not,
I hope not.
he's just talking. He can talk.
All right, number 6. 6 is acceptable to everyone?
There's no.
What?
6, A, B, C, D,
Okay, number 7.
okay,
Where was that?
oh, we can go to number 7 then. I was down there, I didn't see any, you know, I was down in the area, and what I didn't see, and I might have missed it. As now, I've noticed the gates, because the trucks are running, so the gates are open. At Route 9 and also 9G. I don't see, and when you cross the tracks to go and the gates are open to the dock. And there's nobody there. There's no signs that says private property, do not enter, no trust
Yeah,
passing.
there is signs.
Where are they? I didn't see them.
They're right, like.
I didn't see them.
I said.
I didn't see them. I'm not kidding. That's what I was saying.
We saw 'em, I saw 'em.
Because I'm like, if nobody's there.
I go down there every morning.
Nobody may have known anything about Calaruso and his dock as of 21, 22. But right now, everybody knows about it. And you may become a attraction for visitors. Oh, let me go see what they're doing over there. So, you know, it's better to protect the public, to make sure
Right.
the signage is there, do not enter.
There's some.
Private property. I'm serious, nobody, you know, I'm telling you, I was not, I didn't even know you until, yeah, I knew you, but I know. But you are everywhere now,
You understand that?
and people will come and say, oh, I wanna go over there. So make sure those signs are there, that tell people don't come.
Okay,
We were even thinking about a camera, but that's up to you.
so
I
7.
just, it just keep.
Okay, that's it.
Everyone's good with 7?
Yeah, everybody's good with 7?
Yes.
And they said they're going to, right. I didn't see some, so they were there. Okay, number 8. kind of read these already, but go ahead. Any questions on it? Okay.
But we're back up against this,
Number eight.
BMP, this best management.
Best management practice.
I think it's okay to reference the plan, that's why they gave it to us,
That's right.
and it's enforceable if it's part of the approved project.
And you do kind of make notations of the part of that point you're talking about.
Oh, you're saying their best management, their management plan.
They have provided the best management practices plan as part of the project that was,
Right.
reviewed and commented on.
Okay.
And so that's what this is.
And postal too. Postal. Okay. 15.
So we're good.
Okay,
Sounds like no comments on it.
No comments on it.
No comments on that. You don't know.
Okay. Yeah,
When the consultant wanna add something, yes.
On item 9, I don't know how the applicant can be responsible for the condition of a public street that's maintained by the city.
Oh, okay, one of the things that was the thought process in this was that because the bridge is there, the bridge has been built going to the park. It is suspected that most visitors and residents will take the bridge going to the park, and crossing the tracks will probably most likely be by Calusa. So the, what's the road, Dock Street and what, Front Street, what's the name of it?
What street?
What street in front, the two portions of the city road that you cross to go into your dock, that's what we're talking about. That is that area, by the railroad tracks. Because we were thinking that now that the bridge is there, access to the waterfront is gonna be where most people are gonna take.
I think the question though is about the legality of a private applicant maintaining public roadways.
Well, I was trying to identify the public road we were talking about, just that little section
Yeah.
of the public road that they ride on to go just to their dock. And the only people that would probably be going that way would be people that's going out, is that called Rick's Point? To beat the birds?
But they would be the majority user of
No,
that
I
road. So
understand.
can the city recoup a fee for maintaining, well, not maybe they don't maintain it. Can the city recoup the reasonable fee for the, the resurfacing of that road, repairing of the potholes on that road that are generated by the traffic from the applicant?
Well, you guys are kind
What
of
you're
in the
proposing is
business.
impact fee,
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
it's not something that's generally authorized.
Well, I would propose that they just maintain it, you do have the gravel.
No, they
you
can't.
have the road.
They can't.
Yeah.
I think at best they could do is maybe sweep something up they've spilled onto the road,
And
right?
that's already, that's already.
That's already
yeah, we're talking about wear and tear on that road. Like, why should the public pay for the, for the 274 day trips that happen and wear that road down that is done by the
We
applicant?
do the same for the truck route that goes through the city. I mean, we maintain that and we don't charge all the different truck drivers.
Well, the truck route is a route that runs, inter-county, it's a state determined.
And all of those heavy trucks run on it
And
daily.
Hudson maintains it by our money and not the, if it's a state route, don't the state do it?
Well, it goes through Hudson though, doesn't it?
Oh, and when it gets to Hudson as a state route, the city,
Yeah.
oh, I always thought that they got money from the state. Well, I never asked, so I guess that's what I get for thinking about it. Oh,
But you're saying that the impact fee is improper in this particular instance?
Not in our jurisdiction.
I know, it is.
I would say we have not made findings for an impact fee, this is not a new road, this is.
and it's not used.
But
And
now
and
that-
the Hall Road was already approved, now you're looking at dock operations.
Right, but it's a different road. It's a different road.
The ingress and egress.
I'm just
of the
asking the
dock
legality.
operations
I
are
was
that
just
road.
curious about that because, we are asking the residents to pay for this. A road that's gonna be used in this type of volume, this type of increasingly heavy volume on the road. And as I say, he can't, even if we wanted to, we can't ask him to repair the road because he doesn't legally have the right to do that. But that road is gonna need significant repair, given the weight of the trucks, given the size of the aggregate or material that they're gonna be carrying. That's,
No different than the last 15 years that Calusa's owned the dock.
but now
But
we're
now
here for a permit that we get to talk about these things because of.
I just don't see how you can
You can't,
single them out when you have a truck route with tons of trucks going through it every day, and they're wear and tearing it, and then also. Now we have to figure out what portion of the potholes are contributed by them.
well, it's not even, so we have no, there's, just to move past this so we can keep going through, but we don't have the authority to clean or generally sweep city streets,
Right.
nor can we fix them. Nor can we like appoint the DPW to say who's liable for
That's true.
damage to city streets, it's just done by New York law. And
TJ. She said it's
So
true.
when are impact fees appropriate? If not in a case like.
Well, they're not appropriate for this application, so.
Well,
I mean,
Let's
let
not
me,
take that
I
time.
can't answer
I'm
that, I can't answer that off the cuff.
Please, it's not
I can-
appropriate
I can
for
get
here,
back to
that's the
you
answer.
About impact fees, but they're generally not allowed in New York law. There's been a few cases where like a reclamation fee has been statutorily authorized.
How about this for number 9? Is it authorized or not, it's not? Okay, so let's.
Well, we are-
Keep it on number 9. Okay,
But we are saying that it is included in the route that we gave them. You're saying the whole route includes,
The Hall Road, as was previously approved, went to basically the fence of the.
right, which includes these roads, which are public roads.
Correct.
but they.
But now we're saying, but there's no, but now we're saying there's no,
Responsibility.
Like if
to
a
those-
pothole becomes right on the city street, they can't fix it.
I didn't ask them to, that's what I'm saying, the impact fee, but the city would be able to fix it just based on that. But you're saying, if it's illegal,
I
it's
mean,
illegal.
look, I can
No,
give you some information on impact.
No,
fees,
if
Because
it's,
I sent you stuff on this, you know.
but you sent-
listen, if it's inappropriate for this.
Just
we'll
curious.
move
Well,
on.
Randall and I are both curious, so we just.
Well,
We
how about we
at
vote
another
on it?
time.
Why don't we vote on it? if we want it?
That's what exactly what I was moving to. Okay, the impact fees,
But you're voting on whether you want me to research impact fees?
no,
No, okay.
no,
So
take it out.
sounds like, okay, so 9 and 10 are being used.
What are we doing?
So are we taking out 9?
And
Is that
10,
what
And
just
9?
10, says 10 things, some two.
Okay, so we're moving there until, let me go back.
Okay, we're gonna remove that. I mean, do we agree?
Let me just, let
Yes.
me look at it. I'm just-
Okay, come on,
I
yes,
don't, I
no.
think this is
No.
a question that should be
Nine
addressed.
and 10, we're gonna
Take it
do
out,
it.
I'll be 9.
Does it make sense?
10.
That's 1, 2.
I'm fine with taking it out.
Okay, you two,
I'm not,
majority says, take it out.
Listen, I'm doing this and that. I
Okay.
do need time to look at the issues as well.
The majority
Okay.
says.
Okay, so I get a vote too, so let me just look at it. I have a moment to look at it.
All right, sorry about it. Don't get mad at us. Don't get mad at us because you're doing free work over there.
Victoria, can you tell me the password for getting online? I just got kicked offline with the one I was using. Is
I don't know.
is
More
this
fun
in
than all.
meetings?
So. I am on. Wait, I think I'm like that.
You're not on, I'm not on.
So I'm on city meetings.
I don't even
Are
drink.
you on city meetings?
I don't have the password for that.
So I can't say it aloud,
Okay,
I can.
but I can't get.
Can't give you.
Or you can maybe pass a piece of paper or somebody.
Oh, hold on, let me.
Password.
Wait, it's gotta
While
go.
you're on that, I'm good.
So that's all right, 9 and 10, we can remove it.
Okay, so 9 and 10 is being removed.
I have a thing.
And majority agreements. You go to the bathroom? Okay, let's take 5 minutes. Go to the bathroom.
So the whole, not that really.
5 minutes break, I gotta go to.
For,
Randall, you can cut that out. Yeah, all right.
Sure. It's in here.
Okay, so that's 5 minutes.
Well, they, if you wanna make. So, hold on.
I got that cyanic. Can go another 2 hours now.
Okay,
No,
You said that.
You were
we
on.
have dates, does anybody want a lot of something?
No, I have another song, they're really good.
Okay, we're back on, Randy?
Yes.
The microphone has nothing on it, Randall. Is it supposed to have green now?
1, 2, yeah, and this, you can't see, it's my thing, that's all right.
Okay, we resume the meeting at 8:41 PM. Planning board meeting for November the 12th, 2025. We are now on page 15. Number 11. Go right ahead.
so this says the applicant shall maintain all stormwater management facilities, drainage structures and catch basins serving the docks in all relevant and good working condition. Based on the discussion we just had, you may want to say, located.
Shall maintain all,
Privately owned.
applicant owned,
Yeah,
because they're not gonna maintain city though.
Right.
yeah.
And then in the next sentence where it says sediment, debris and oil dish residuals which shall be removed as necessary to ensure proper drainage. We just say and prevent illicit discharge, why are you gonna say just to the river? Because if it goes somewhere other than the river, you just don't want illicit discharges.
So what? Is it
Then
right up?
what?
So,
Now she's gonna reread it.
we're preventing all illicit discharges, not just ones to the Hudson River in case they go a different direction.
Right.
Are we all in agreement with number 11?
Do you currently have a stormwater pollution prevention plan?
Sorry.
Does Colorusso currently have a stormwater pollution prevention plan?
So no longer at. No, had it really discharged into the Hudson, well, when the previous owner discharged into the.
No, SWIPs don't get, they don't get canceled? Oh, that was the SWIP for the hall, right?
No, it was for the dock. Even if it's speed for the dock, it was a direct discharge stuff, I could really do it.
I was
What
gonna
is-
say, now we're looking at that.
Yeah,
And our response would have been, anyway, just that Colorado will comply with all local, state and regulations concerning storm, just as. Cause that would cover, if we have this permit and if the permit changes, it would just cover it all.
But you don't currently have an SWPPC or an SPDES permit.
We do not have a SPD's permit, we do not have a speedy permit, we don't have any point source discharges from the property. On this SWIP, I would have to get back to the about that.
Okay, so we're good with, we wanna move on? To number 12?
I thought any industrial activities were, you don't need a speedies for industrial activities at the,
No, it's not all, it's ones that are listed or applicable.
Yeah.
By code.
Yeah, and that's why it would be covered by, that's why we suggested any state and applicable state law that covers stormwater. No, the board are all.
And you don't have any runoff when you wet down the piles.
so that came from Christian,
Okay.
so let's just take it.
So it all goes to the retention basin,
Oh, you have a
because the
retention.
property slopes to the retention basin,
And then where does that go?
into the ground.
Okay.
Yeah.
it's not.
Okay. We're good, what are we on number 12, right?
So I'm highlighting that just so we can confirm, because, again, some of this language came
From Chris.
from Chris, so.
So when he gets back, we'll verify it, because I don't
Let's
know.
just
that
double
there's a-
check.
Yeah.
And it might be that it's now expired after all this time.
The expiration of the need.
I think we can get that language to work, I mean, you know,
Yeah.
it's not our, thing. We can get the language to work.
Yeah, that's. I don't think that's gonna be sticking.
Okay. 12, applicant shall maintain an up-to-date emergency response and contact plan. Needs to be on file with the city. It shall be reviewed annually, although it doesn't say by whom, and updated as necessary.
Could we say it should be reviewed by the code enforcement?
Should we review it, submitted
Yeah,
By the
a, reviewed,
applicant.
updated and submitted a.
yeah.
I don't think that's amazing.
Okay.
Reviewed, updated.
and submitted annually by the applicant.
You upgraded and submitted. You did where? Annually by.
It says to
Submitted to
the
who?
fire department, police department, and code enforcement officer.
And will these reports be made public?
Everything is subject to FOIL.
Okay.
Should we ask that a copy that also go to common council?
And I mean, you can, I don't know,
Should love.
But the county council wouldn't have to foil it to get it from the code enforcement.
they can get it, but I mean, the common council generally doesn't have enforcement
Right.
authority.
But if they wanted to get it to review, they would.
That's what I'm saying, yeah, it wouldn't be bad for the city government to know and have it,
Well, that should be.
without going through the.
A clerk's office, then, put a file in the clerk's office.
Yeah, the clerk is the keeper of records for the common council.
Yeah,
And that's what I was saying.
So, okay, say city clerk and city
Yeah.
clerk.
city clerk's office.
Okay.
This way. If the spoil is gonna come to the clerk's office, I'm going to go to the. Okay, number 12. We did 12, 13, number 30, Dr. Young is gonna read. it.
So it says all materials,
Going to 13.
all material stockpiles shall be contained and maintained in a manner that prevents off-site mitigation of dust or, migration, I'm sorry, of dust and material into storm drains or the Hudson River. Any questions, changes?
So we have a suggestion here just to put a
Okay.
period after material so that we don't want any migration, not just into storm drains.
We still want to say migration.
Use it, okay, use it. And this
So
is-
reread it.
It says all material stockpiles shall be contained and maintained in a manner that prevents off-site migration of dust or material.
That's it.
Period. So get rid of the infrastructure.
Right.
Okay,
14, all exterior lighting shall be extinguished within 1 hour after the cessation of active dock operations, except for security lighting necessary for safety and surveillance. Security lighting shall be the minimum illumination required and directed downward to avoid glare onto adjacent properties or the Hudson River.
Which is what they've already agreed to.
Yeah, the site plan has all the proposed lighting and we submitted a photometric survey that was approved.
This is
That
already
shows that
included.
there's no offsite impacts.
It's included in the site plan.
Yep.
So 15?
14.
No,
so this was updated to include the
15.
discussion about the events in advance.
Hmm.
It's not ideal from an enforcement perspective because it could be hard. I mean, what is an event? How large does an event have to be in order to be subject to this? So it's there for discussion.
I thought they had agreed to that.
So one thing I did do though, I went back and looked at the narrative that was submitted to the county planning board as part of the application. And in that narrative, they said that the dock operations would be limited on Saturday and Sunday from 7 to noon.
That's, they were talking about the unloading and
No,
loading.
no, no, I went back and looked at the narrative, so the operation said 7 to noon.
For the dock?
Yeah.
Not talking about the loading and the unloading of trucks. The dock.
The county did conflate the Hall Road application with the dock operation at some points in that letter, but the narrative that was submitted to the county did say 7 to 12.
Oh, that's what we submitted to the
No,
county.
no, the narratives.
That's
We
what
wrote a
they-
narrative, sorry, just to
Oh,
be quick, we wrote a narrative, and at that time, we had suggested we could. The question was, could we would reasonably reduce our hours? So we went back and we wrote in the narrative, we crunched the numbers and to remove weekend operations, which is in fact the business too much. So we offered to increase the hours during the week by 1 hour, so it says 7 to 8 PM Monday through Friday, and reduce till noon on Saturday and Sunday. After further discussion with the planning board attorney, I think it became clear pretty fast that the code limits it 7 to 7, so the planning board wouldn't be able to extend hours during the week. So at that point, if you look at the hours that were in front of the county, they said a reduction to 84 hours, which is pretty much, if you look at what we're offering now, consistent with that.
Well,
So it says here on page 2. Monday through Thursday, 7 to 6, Friday, 7 to 5. That's for trucking.
Yeah.
And then unloading would be, 7 to 8 PM and then 7 to noon on Saturday and Sunday.
Correct. And so, and then we, at the following meeting, the meeting minutes, it was determined pretty quickly, well, it's the code that sets the max of 7 to 7, the planning board wouldn't have authority to even give us the extra hour during the day. So that's why we're saying now, we'd be amenable to 7 to 5 on Saturday, 7 to noon on Sunday.
And this is what you submitted to the county, the Columbia County.
Yeah, 5 years ago, yeah.
Right,
So-
not the
That's just.
city of Hudson Planning Board.
No, it was submitted to the city of Hudson Planning Board as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
But this is what was referred to the county planning board by the city of Hudson. Planning Board.
Okay,
but in the county's approval letter, they have very different hours.
Yeah, I think that if you read it though, it seems to me the county was confusing the hauling, the truck operations, because in a few places they say no trucking during those hours.
when I read it, I saw it as being, they were talking about the operation of the dock in regards to the loading and unloading of the trucks. They talk nothing about the other operations that take place on the dock after they unload the trucks.
They do in the approval letter. I have it right here. I mean, they definitely do. It says that the dock will not be operating on the weekends. So once again, the county, you know, I haven't seen everything that was submitted to the county, but somehow they walked away with information that the dock would not be operating on the weekends.
That's why I pulled the narrative that was submitted, and so I can see why it's confusing, because it does say there would be no trucking and dock operations during the weekend, but then it says dock operations. It says it would eliminate trucking on the weekends, and then it talks about loading and unloading hours separately.
And when I
So,
read it, I took it
I
as
think they
being
took the
directly related to the the loading and the unloading of the trucks. Even though it stated that, when I read it, that's what I understood. So when you read it, you understood something else, but I read it to understand, it only was in relationship to what you're doing, loading and unloading your trucks, not the barges and the other stuff that you do. So,
Well,
That's
when it
Did
says
anybody-
the applicant has proposed to modify hours of operation at the dock, limiting them to weekdays between the hours of 7 to 6, Monday through Thursday, and 7 to 5 on Friday. I understand what it says because that's what it says plainly.
But then
That's
it
in the
also
approval
says,
letter.
Yeah.
thereby
that-
reducing
that-
unloading and unloading from 84 to 75 hours, if you do the math, what you just read, that's like 50 hours. So
it's
they conflated the
Yeah,
time,
it
they
is,
didn't
but
write that
if
we
you
would
read the
still
whole
offer
thing,
to operate on the weekend. And it's the hours that they found the reduction in that they based their findings on, and this board has already voted to say that this wasn't an issue and that we were moving past it.
and
But the-
another thing you have to say, wait a minute, this is a recommendation from the county, it is not binding, it doesn't tell us what to do, it recommends. So we have to
Based-
also take that into consideration too.
Sure,
But
but
what-
based on what information?
But what did you just, so the hours, what were the weekend hours that you just mentioned a minute ago?
7 to 5 and 7 to 12.
Yeah.
Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, and we had taken a look at the resolution that was prepared, posted on Friday.
Right.
We took a look at the resolution and we came up, and the conditions, we came up with a list of conditions that we circulated to the board, albeit it was today, so I didn't expect everybody to be able to take a look at it, but we were scheduled for the 18th.
I
So
still
in
remember us
there,
talking
we
about.
offered a reduction in hours of operation at the dock to 7 to 5 on Saturdays and 7 to noon on Sundays.
From what I can remember, I remember it was gonna be 7 days a week, there was some adjustment to the hours on Saturday, Sunday, and, yeah, and that they would heal to, any events that was happening. And I remember that being talked about in detail.
7 to 12 on Saturday. If there's no event, and then you work to 5. But they would have to check with the event coordinator for the city a month in advance. Sunday, there was discussion, and I think we said no work on Sunday. Is that right?
And remember that was talked about.
We didn't come to any decision.
No, we did come to
No,
no
we didn't,
decision.
no, it was a good
Had to
discussion.
go back to it.
Yeah.
There was not a consensus.
Okay, so let's discuss it now. Dock operation first. The proposal is by the applicant.
But just for clarity, are you still, so you're still willing to accommodate events? Is it the position of your client to still accommodate positions on Saturday?
So to operate the business, we can't operate the business based on the social calendar of the city of Hudson, like, we can't check it, we have no idea what procedure it is, and somebody could just book the calendar out for the whole year, and then business shuts down.
I'm just asking.
So, no, it's not part of it, we would rather set hours like every other business
Okay.
in New York State. And what we offered was a significant reduction, we already reduced hauling, which was the big impact that everybody was worried about. So now we said 7 to 5 on Saturdays and 7 to noon on Sundays, and that's integral, because if we cannot finish the loading on Saturday, we need at least the morning on Sunday to finish that before Monday comes.
Why can't you finish it on Monday?
Because we have more boats coming in, because most of the boats leave on Sunday.
Okay, so,
I mean, I'm just saying that's what our offer was as a reasonable resolution.
okay, can you repeat what your offer was?
7 to 5 on Saturdays and 7 to noon.
No, Monday to Friday, Monday to Thursday, 7 to 7. 7 to 6.
Yeah, it was-
Monday to Thursday. Monday to Thursday,
Friday.
right,
Not Friday.
7 to 6.
7 to 7, that's the.
Okay, 7 to 7. Okay, let me say, 7 to 7, Monday to Friday.
Correct.
I would like to say something.
Wait, let me finish. And then the weekends,
7 to 5 on Saturday,
7 to
Sunday.
5
This is what
on
the applicant-
Saturday. Right, that's what I'm writing down. And 7 to what on Sundays?
Noon.
7 to noon on Sundays. Holidays,
And no holidays, the same holidays as defined in.
okay, and closed on major holidays. And would you still, we did say something about if there's an event that you
I mean,
would,
the city can always reach out and they'll do what they can to accommodate, but we can't have it in the permit that we're gonna operate around the city's events calendar.
okay, that was closed on holidays. So everybody understand what the applicant has said.
And that's also included in writing in what you need to look back at it.
And we have something from one of the board members, which is Gabby, has suggested, we limit the operation to 7 AM to 7 to 5 PM on Monday through Friday. And prohibited on all weekends and holidays, state or federal.
Can we back up just for a second, because originally when I was writing down some things, I thought I heard, and I could be hearing wrong. I thought you said 7 to 6, Monday through Friday, Saturday 7 to 5, and then Sunday 7 to noon. And I thought prior to that, you had said there was a discussion of wanting to maybe, but you found out you can't do that, increase those hours or ask the board to increase your hours through the weekday. So I didn't hear that you were proposing 7 to 7 Monday through Friday.
So that's what they are now.
Yeah,
Is that,
So
so
right
now
now-
I'm getting confused.
So, okay, all right, I'll be very
Okay.
quick.
Yeah,
They were 7 to 7, 7 days a week for
Okay.
hauling and loading and unloading in the code.
okay,
Then in the haul road permit, we agreed, because the haul road traffic is a big impact the board was concerned about, we agreed to limit the hours to
That's-
7 to 6, Monday through Thursday,
okay,
7 to 5 on Friday,
Friday,
and no hauling on Saturday or Sunday.
okay, okay.
So
But
now, for the dock, we can load and unload per the city code, 7 to 7, 7 days a week. Done.
7 to 7, Monday to Friday.
Now, that's what we can do now. Yeah, that's what I'm sorry.
Yeah, in other words, we're saying what they
See,
do now.
you're confused now.
Yeah. Right now, under the city code permits us to load and unload 7 to 7,
7 days a week.
On the dock.
Just to be clear, loading and unloading is barges, load and unload barges.
Yes,
because
right.
the trucks are.
The dock operation would work.
Okay.
Yeah,
But the whole road, you only go to 6.
Monday through
Monday through
Thursday.
Thursday.
5 on Friday,
5 on
and no on weekends, and no on the holidays that are in the permit.
No truck deliveries to the dock.
Yeah.
So now they're proposing 7 to 7, Monday through Friday. 7 to 5 on Saturday. 7 to 12 on noon. On Sunday, and closed on all holidays. Same holidays as trucks. Okay, and I just stated what Gabby had proposed. Gabby, you wanna talk about that?
Yeah, I wanna say something. Over the last few meetings, some different things have been said about me by different members. Jean, you suggested I was trying to prolong the process or something like that.
Just,
Yeah,
No,
I know, but
Um,
can you,
we're-
yeah, we're talking about that.
yeah, I'm getting there. You can time me with the 3 minutes or whatever you want, but I think I have a right to speak.
Okay, timer.
Veronica, the last time you said I was trying to take something away from Palo Russo. Palo, at some point you said I shouldn't be doing my own research and, trying to learn more and understand this project on the internet, maybe microfiche next time. I feel like being clear about what my intention is here might just be useful for this discussion about hours, because there is a vision for the future of the city of Hudson. It has been in the works for decades, starting with the vision plan, the comprehensive plan, the rezoning of 2011, the LWRP. Most recently, Wendy, I can't remember her last name, was in front of this board proposing the climate adaptive design for the park that abuts the dock operations and would be greatly impacted by these hours of operation. I'm here to protect this vision, to protect the future of the city of Hudson, Hudson present, its economic viability, and that is all to say its residents. If we give Palo Russo everything they say they need, like you need to work on Saturdays, we're taking away from the city of Hudson. We are taking away from the future of the city of Hudson, and we're taking away from its residents. We are here to protect Hudson, its future, and its residents. We are not here to worry about how you make back the money that you have invested. That's your problem. We are allowed to impose conditions, including hours that could be as limiting as Monday through Friday, if we so choose. And I think we need to be empowered to do that. You're annoyed that this has taken so long and you want to hold us in contempt of court if we don't vote on your timeline. You've taken us to court twice. This has been slowed down because of lawsuits that you've brought.
Please let her talk, please. She's got a couple more minutes, finish.
I do have a couple more minutes.
Yeah. Oh,
This riverfront, the core riverfront is the only area, Veronica, I don't wanna take something away from them for a hip coffee shop. This is the only area left in this city for any real economic development at this scale, and this city needs that. We clearly have financial problems. They're going to be raising,
Veronica, just let her talk.
they're gonna be raising our taxes again soon. It is the only area of the city that we have a chance for real economic development so that this city can survive. Okay, and there are between Dunn Warehouse
You got
and
one more minute.
Kaz. I've been interrupted a few times, so if you're really
You
gonna
got
time
one
me.
more minute.
There are tens and tens, probably hundreds of millions of dollars of development that are at stake here. In addition to the businesses that are already down there, like the Antiques Warehouse, Kitty's and Basilica, that probably are bringing in our $500,000 to $1 million in tax revenue now and employing dozens and dozens and dozens of residents of Hudson. They, I think, pay $50,000 a year in taxes and don't employ any residents of the city. Is that right? I'm not sure what they're offering the future of Hudson, but we're here to protect that future. And the future economic development plans that are gonna be essential for this city to survive. So I think we need development, we need tax revenue, we need employment opportunities, and I don't see where else that's gonna
10
happen except for
seconds.
down there. And if Saturdays and Sundays, that operation is going unfettered, that's gonna be an issue.
Okay,
And 10 seconds, okay, I'll take another 3 minutes another time.
okay, that's it. I wanna address you, Gabby. Gabby, this is how you feel.
I know, I'm only representing myself,
Gabby,
Teresa.
there's 7 members on this board. 7. And we all have our individual votes. So because it annoys you, does not mean it annoys the rest of us. Please.
I'm only speaking
respect-
for myself.
No, you're speaking when you say we. You're speaking for you. Everybody understands that. So please, you came on the board, you was the last one on. You haven't caught up yet. A lot of time has been spent answering your questions, trying to keep you up to date. But it just doesn't matter what is said. So all I'm saying to you, this is you. We've got 7 members. And the majority of this board the majority vote will be the deciding vote. So understand that.
That's
Don't
fine.
attack us because we don't agree with you. If one of us don't agree with you, just because you want it, don't mean we want it. If we don't agree, accept that, please. Okay, you wrote something saying you don't understand how we understand everything, because you don't understand
What,
anything.
excuse me?
You wrote an email saying that it's hard to get the records, and you can't believe that everybody on this board is up to date because of the difficulties you're having getting the information you need.
It
And
is
I thought
extremely
that-
difficult to find records on the
I
website.
thought that was the meaning to say that, because I don't have a problem with it. I don't know if anybody else does, but to say something like that. So please, keep it to your understanding or misunderstanding or lack of understanding. Okay, I had my 3 minutes.
Well,
Now, do you have anything else you wanna say about the dock operations? Cause that's what we are, and that's where we are.
yes, I'm defending my position that they should
And
not.
we're all here.
You
for
just
the
asked me
public.
if I have anything more to say. Can you let me finish my sentence? I am
Okay.
defending my stance that it should not, the dock operations should not operate on the weekends.
Okay, and do we agree with that?
Because the future of the city depends on protecting our waterfront.
So, okay, so let's just talk about hours of operation.
Right.
So the board has the right and the obligation to set hours of operation for the business to the extent it's needed to mitigate impacts. Right, because it's a business, and businesses, we generally don't regulate hours of operation of a business. So in order to regulate the dock operation, you have to be able to enumerate what the harm is of, for instance, if you're eliminating on the weekend.
I totally understand that. So, you know, I totally understand that. It's been said to us 100 million times.
Right, I get that, but I just want to be clear, the harm isn't necessarily future vision, it has to be a harm stemming from the operation itself.
You've said that to us. I understand it. You're saying it again. Is there anyone else on this board
So
that
we
doesn't
have to make
understand?
sure that we're looking at the present situation.
Of course. So
That's not.
we had talked about this or extend about the dock operations. One suggestion is 7 AM to 5 PM, Monday through Friday. And no weekends or holidays. Okay? The applicant is, and I mean, and we had talked about allowing it to be 7 to 7. And then the weekends.
And I think Sunday we were talking about none whatsoever, doing nothing on a Sunday.
When I was talking the last meeting, I was talking Saturday, 7 to 12. Without an event, 7 to 5, and none on Sunday. It was discussed, but there's no vote on
Okay. So what do you want to propose?
it. Am I gonna propose?
Yeah,
The
7 to 7.
7 on Saturday.
No, it's from Monday to Friday, really.
I
What,
think that's fine, to keep it as it is, 7 to 7, Monday to Friday.
Okay.
Monday to Friday, 7 to 7.
Okay,
Saturday, 7 to 12. If there's no event, they got a problem with that.
okay.
Um,
And
7 to 5, and none on Sunday.
Well, how do you define an event?
The city has a
then coordinated.
event coordinator that
They have to-
they applied for a permit to have an event at the waterfront park. That gives you the day, the time, how many people are gonna be there.
I'm having a birthday party for my daughter there on Saturday. Is
Did you
that
get
an
a
event?
permit? Did you get a permit?
Well,
We
I'm
actually,
asking a question. The public park is not an event space.
we just said if you got a permit, it's a people have to go upstairs to get a permit to have things in that park. Did you go upstairs to get a permit?
Okay, but
Let me just, I'm trying to make a point that the public park is not an event space. It's a park that people use at will. They bring their kids down to play ball. They take their dogs on a walk in the morning. In fact, when there's an event there, you notice the dock operations less because there's music and there's a lot of people. It's at 8 o'clock in the morning when you're walking your dog and you want to meditate over the beautiful mountains and the operations are happening then that it's most annoying. So I find it aggravating that we talk about it like it's an event space. It's a public park. It's meant to be quiet and peaceful and accessible and protected for all residents all of the time.
Okay, Gabby, you gave your submission. Let's finish with you. You're saying, wait a minute, you said 7 to 7, Monday to Friday. Saturday, 7 to 12.
7 to 5, unless there's an event going on.
Okay, 7 to
That's
5.
Permitted by the city, and I think the permit process 50 people or more.
Okay. Okay, and then Sunday? No Sunday, no holiday,
No holidays.
okay? Anybody else have a proposal for the year? Right, so we have three proposals, we have a proposal from, you have,
do this. I would be all right with 7 to, wouldn't say 7, no,
On what day?
on Saturday.
7 to 5, unless there's a
But I think the event
7
things.
to 12.
Yeah, I think the permit, I think there's a point to be made to say that, trying to link that to the, I would just make that the hard and fast.
7 to 12.
Yeah,
So,
but then Sunday maybe, because I think that from what I can see, most of the major
Things.
big are Saturdays. I would give more time on Sunday,
and they
to
usually,
like to 3, I would go to whatever, 7 to 3.
Just for the record, at the last meeting, I completely agree with the planning board attorney, it has to be tied to an impact. And it's not just an arbitrary decision of what should they get, because it's a compromise in what project opponents think that they should be completely gone. So you have to, it's on the burdens on the planning board to find and tie that to an impact. And at the last meeting, several members of the board said that they were either on the dock itself while we were operating, or at Rick's point, and said they could not tell we were operating. And we also have the BMPs, and we have the noise study, and we are offering, not being required yet, offering to put in $1 million worth of improvements to this property to make sure that the silence you hear now is even deafened even further. So that's why we feel that 7 to noon, or 7 to 5 on Saturday and 7 to noon on Sunday is reasonable. And anything less is just going to harm the business, but not provide any benefit to the residents.
Okay.
I mean, it has to be necessary to protect the recreated public.
We understand that, and I think a lot of us were thinking of, the added of people that would be in the park at that time. You know, it would be kind of a nuisance, eyesore, or whatever.
There are some people that wanna look at tugboats and
No,
barges.
you're right about
They
that.
don't have a lot of mouths.
You're right about that.
They are out there.
I've had people tell me that they like to feed the birds and look at what you're doing.
Okay.
It's weird, but I'm just saying.
Like the trains and everything else.
But I've had people say that. It's true. Okay, so, I can't go on my memory, but I think we talked about allowing it, and then when it's an event, you work with you.
It was suggested, and we responded in writing, that we can't operate the business based on an event
Right, I think
calendar.
that's what it said.
We have to have a set time.
Yeah.
I appreciate the idea, I get what we're trying to do, but it's something that it causes us an issue 2 years down the road when someone blocks out the entire events calendar, or we have to assume that they're all gonna be taken.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does anybody feel that the operations that are doing this going to impact the safety or the public as?
Well, I think the operating idea is. Go ahead, sorry.
Impact the public safety while they're residents or while they're recreating in the park? Their operation will do that on the weekends, Monday, Friday, and that. Does anybody feel that? it
And
would-
there's no trucks on the weekends, just
No, I
to
know.
keep reiterating.
I have another question.
That,
We looked at the calendar, we saw approximately 20 events from June to September
of
for
next year?
2025, and they all happened with us operating. And there's not been a complaint.
I agree with that, it's true, but, I mean, do anybody here feel that their operation during the time, the dock operation during this time will have an impact, that there's an impact on the public while they're.
I think the adverse impact was that you'd have more barges necessarily queuing up to be loaded during the summer, and that then could maybe add an impediment to recreation.
But
If you have 2 or 3
if
barges.
you limit the hours on the weekends, the barges are still going to arrive. So they're gonna build up if they're not loaded and moved out.
They're still gonna be there, because they come to the dock from someplace else.
I have a question about barges.
There's one more quick question.
We're not gonna move the barges, we're gonna finish the hour.
Yeah, sure. But if you wanted to flip in those days, does that make a huge material difference? I'm just curious.
Like a 7 to 5 and a 7, like how I said it, but if we flip the days, does that make?
Yeah, I'm
is that
just
what you're
curious,
asking?
yeah, exactly, just curious.
Saturday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday's gonna be one of the things that if you don't finish your Saturday, you're gonna go try to finish Sunday. Yeah, it'd be a problem because of the, the offer is 7 to 5 Saturdays, 7 to noon on Sunday, just it's warm
Yeah,
enough.
but I asked the question.
About what they're offering.
No, I understand, I
But I asked you a question, do we feel that their operation, whether it's 7 to 7, 7 days a week, will impact the public? In a negative way, because if we don't, what do we have to go on? I'm ready, listen. Tell them in the office that they don't agree. I mean.
Well, I think it's a yes and no, I think it's
Is it there? I mean, say
The
something.
whole discussion is
Yeah,
about.
I think it's to what degree
What's
it's gonna
good?
impact the public, obviously. It's gonna
Well,
have
I'm
some
asking,
impact.
what degree do you think they'll impact the public? It's your opportunity to tell them, I wanna know.
Alright, they've been in operation forever, however long it's been in. The park has been open, events have been going on down there. I've been down there, different events. I used to run the events years ago when I was in the mayor's office. And
Was the park there, good?
yeah, the park again.
Just kidding.
And
And that was just a little subtle thing, they're smiling.
well, anyway, no, I don't see an impact on communities.
Okay.
Or the park.
Correct.
Everything goes on. Members have said it, the public has said it. Operations are going on, you don't even know they're going on.
But are you taking into effect the accelerated impact, because this will be more than ever before?
Well,
More
what,
what?
we have no conditions now, and then we're gonna have conditions.
Right.
So it's actually going to be better with the conditional use permit.
That's what it's all about.
We have like,
conditions.
we have 7 to 7, 7 days a week right now for 15 years. And we have none of these $1 million worth of conditions that we have offered on the table, no screening, well, I mean, there's some.
I'm just saying, but in theory, you haven't scaled up to what you're asking for either. At that time, I said for twice.
No, what is in this permit is less than what we're doing now. There's no scale up, like, we're operating right now with no conditional use permit.
I
with
get
no
that, I'm
conditions.
saying the volume of your operation, it would, in the maximum volume, or truckloads would be scaled up more than what you're doing now, for the most
No,
part.
It doesn't change the operation, which is operating within the code, whether you load 1 barge or 4 barges. The
There's no
operation-
ramp up, we're not waiting for a conditional use permit to ramp up. When the conditional use permit gets issued, it hinders our ability because the code provides us with broader ability to operate. So the conditions are going to mitigate and limit the.
Right, it's a total cap.
No, I'm just saying, you're making it seem like once we get the permit, then there's gonna be a launch of business, and that's what we've been saying this entire time, that's not the case. We have no conditional use permit, we're just operating 7 to 7, 7 days a week.
In other words.
And only until 2024 did we have a limit on trucks, before that, it was like every other business, we can have as
You
many
could be
trucks. as we
doing
want.
300 trucks, okay, we don't know. So now we're putting conditions that they only could do a certain amount. So what was the impact you thought? That, might be.
You get, well, the same one as in, you have dust, you have pollution, you have, all the things that we have.
And-
That's all, hey, that's all being handled by them.
Okay, Gabby, will you?
The impact from loading and unloading is.
Yeah, just-
Yeah.
Gabby?
I mean, I have all the same thoughts I've had. The loading and unloading of multiple barges during the weekends creates, dust and air pollution and noise pollution. I do have a question about barges, since Randall brought them up, because I do think that multiple barges on a Saturday or Sunday when people are going out canoeing and kayaking would be an issue. And I came across in the 2020, I think it was, project narrative, something that surprised me that said, under operations, that aggregate and or asphalt millings are delivered to the site by trucks where it is stockpiled awaiting a barge. A large barge, 3,300 tons, can be loaded in a day. when a large order is received and needed to be filled quickly, up to 2 barges, 3,300 tons each, are filled in a day. So are you saying in the project narrative from 2020 that you only fill up to 2 barges?
They put 5,000 tons a day?
Yeah, I mean, we put it in
And a
our,
barge holds 8,000 tons.
we've explained that, we've
Yeah.
read it in our narrative.
That
We're
was
not
the
gonna
only
engage
business,
in
right, and this
any
is
of
the,
this.
in other words,
Get
it
back
stated
to
that
us.
they can bring up on a day, there are 142 trucks, yeah.
Correct.
Brings a total of 500,000, was it 500,000 or 5,000? 500,000 tons.
But that-
500,000 tons, 5,000 tons.
Yeah.
And a barge, the largest barge can hold 8,000 tons, right? Okay, but you do have smaller barges.
Yes, yes.
So the maximum tonnage they could bring one day is 5,000. And they're
You got it.
limited trucks, right? So I think that was before all of this came about.
Yeah, we just submitted that maybe in the last month or so,
Exactly.
narrative explaining that.
But that's all based on these, I mean,
Is this
Don't
relevant
go
to
back,
the list?
please,
'Cause I'd
okay,
like to just
please
move forward.
try to deal with what we have now, and not go back to 2020 items of these issues.
what do you mean go back to 2020?
You said something, you just read something from.
It's the same, I think
Because that's the application that we're dealing with.
this is,
This is what they
Section.
said, yeah.
this is the original application.
Also, they said the same thing. 5,000 tons a day that they put out on the dock.
By the way,
Same thing, okay.
So the question is, how do we feel about 15?
That's less than.
We didn't finish asking everybody.
Yeah, okay, so, Kelly.
let's just look at it.
Do you feel the dock?
Do you think that, the operations as it is, was the applicant is requesting, do you think it has any impact on the public?
The question is, does the loading and unloading of barges during weekend hours when there is no trucking result in an impact that needs to be mitigated through a reduction in hours of operation?
Okay, Dr. Young?
I'm sure it might have some impact, but like you've talked about a little bit maybe, but I don't think it's that significant. I mean, because they've been, you know, in operations, what, Monday through Saturday already, you know.
7 days a week.
7 days,
Sunday,
7 days a week, and I mean. I tried to go down on the weekend too and see what's been going on, you guys.
And you saw nothing, right?
Nothing, I didn't pick up a large amount of noise, you know, I did a few times see, you know, just a barge and a tugboat. You know, a few times go past on a Saturday or Sunday, but. That was pretty much it, I mean, but I'm native to here, I've been seeing that for years. So I have no issue with it.
Okay.
No, and I personally have been down there for many events, and I've never heard anyone say, boy, this event would be great if Calvarosso's wasn't there. I've never heard that. I've lived here my entire life. I've been to Flag Day, I've been to, community events there in the evening, during the day. I've heard people complain about bars playing music too loud. I've heard complaints about trucks, on the truck route. I've heard people complain about the city of Hudson. I've not heard people complain specifically about Calvarosso's when they're down at the park, so I feel if the impact is there, it's not substantial enough for people to complain. They're also offering to do as many things, it seems, as possible to mitigate the noises or dust, that could arise from the operation, so I say no.
And I say no too, I mean, I kind of go along with everybody, I've been there. I mean, since 2020, and since I became chair, and this came application. I've been watching it, and I've not seen anything.
Well, I was,
I mean, and I've had people say to me that they feed the birds, they go in the morning, they feed the birds, and they enjoy what they see. And that was unusual.
In all honesty, I hear more noise from the train station and all the cars that are coming by really fast,
And
and
the
like off my
parties.
block.
And the
And I do
parties.
hear the noise, I'm not sure where it comes from, the brewery or somewhere, sound like.
Well, are we saying that the language that we want to put in there is the mitigated, the mitigated. Or this, or their suggestion thing of reducing we're taking 5 hours off of their,
Sunday.
off their schedule on Sunday, so we would.
Did you just say that?
They offer that, so seven.
That's
You
what
offer
I
that?
offer.
Okay, yeah. So, are we in agreement with that?
So then 15, then we change, I mean, obviously the holidays are gonna be there. We're not gonna formally include the festivals, but we will include the amended Sunday hours.
And the major holidays still remain New Year's, Memorial Day, 4th of July, Labor, Thanksgiving, and
Same
Christmas.
as the trucks, yeah.
Okay, just double
Yeah.
check.
Just one note on that before I forget, I did put it in the market.
7/12 is Sunday.
One of the findings said the haul road is limited to, like, you can't haul on major holidays, and says including but not limited to. It should just, it was defined as those holidays.
Those holidays,
I remember-
yes.
So not, how it's an issue in the
No.
future, we said.
No,
Let's
we
list the
define the
holidays,
holidays, yeah. That was.
So if we're okay with the exact same language as the haul road for the holidays.
All right, so, you wanna reread it? Okay, the dock
Operation shall be limited to Monday to Friday, 7 to 7, Saturday, 7 to 5, Sunday, 7 to noon, and closed on all major holidays as defined.
Uh,
And
so
if,
I just adds that just because dock operation seems a little vague, the code focuses on loading and unloading. That's what we were suggesting is.
so we have to say unloading and unloading,
Operations.
operations.
Well, what
Do we
else
have to
do
say
you
the barges?
No, just if we have to go down to do maintenance on a loader or go down and pick something up, or, you know, we just didn't want it to be construed as nobody can be on the site. I mean, there are things that happen around the site that are, I mean, clearly have no impact, offsite impact.
So loading and unloading would include the trucks and the barges.
Not the trucks.
No, just be,
The trucks are already going.
Trucks are not allowed
Is
to
this
use
one?
them.
yeah, because
No, oh, so that's just for the weekends, but Monday to Friday is loading.
well, we're leaving Monday to Friday the same.
Monday to Friday, yeah.
So just say loading and unloading operations at the dock.
Oh, might you still be moving materials around? Are you still requesting that?
No,
No.
Or
because
is it
everything
just
is.
loading, unloading, or any transportation
Yeah, on
of
Friday.
materials?
Right.
My understanding.
Okay,
And everything is put there already on a Friday, right, on your site, to be loaded on the barge.
Because there's no
Barges
trucks on
on
Mondays to have me.
Okay, I just wanna,
Okay,
But are we also, so we're also talking about the Monday through Friday operations, because we were focused on the weekends before, but if we're talking about Monday through Friday, I have a question. Because there's obviously massive impact Monday through Friday with truck traffic. And all this time, we've been talking about this 284 number as if it's the number, but I was so confused by the Columbia County Planning Board's approval, saying that you were gonna take 14 to 16,000 trucks off of city streets with the Hall Road. I wondered how they came up with that number, 16,000 trucks a year, because it's so different than what we're talking about here with 284 max a day. And so I went back to files that were very difficult to find on the planning board portal, even though they're relevant to this review. And I found that actually the number 284 is not the only number talked about at all. In fact, it was only twice that maximum was hit. And the real number is 24 or 48 average a day, which would change dramatically the impact that operations would be having on the public Monday through Friday. So I just want to point out that the Greenport secret review and everything that's come before and after that have completely different numbers than what I've been led to believe everything was based on. And those numbers are 24 loads a day, 48 round trips. This is from Creighton Manning study, 2016, Creighton Manning, multiple Creighton Manning studies in 2016 and the 2020. So the impact obviously is huge with truck traffic on Broad and Front Streets for the current situation and for the future of Hudson, which we are here to talk about. And that is based on this number that everybody here has just accepted, that you guys can do 284 a day. But actually, Greenport didn't make their decision based on that number. and nor did the Columbia County Planning Board. And in your own proposals and in your own words, you say over and over again that it's a different number and that you're not going to increase truck volume. So I have a real problem accepting that we are gonna just let the trucks run rampant on the streets and have a huge impact on the city based on this kind of inaccurate or misleading information.
Let's not
Okay, so Gabby, what do you see as a reasonable amount?
No, we don't go back, we can't go back to the.
We're talking about-
Well, why we're talking about hours of
Now,
operation.
listen, she said what she said, and we, kind of moving.
At the last meeting, the planning board agreed and voted to strike the reference to that because we have a haul road permit that's
Okay.
binding on this.
Yeah, we understand, I think everybody. on this
But the
board
haul road
understands that
permit
it's
talks
okay.
about daily averages of 48 and twice in a year, 284.
I
That's
think
very
The
different.
only person that
No,
doesn't
the-
understand this is one member of the 7-member board.
Okay.
And
Okay.
how about like hundreds of public
Okay.
comments? I'm not the only
should
person
we
that feels
go-
this way.
Gabby, please control yourself. Are we now on number, where are we now? Number 16?
15.
Okay.
So I've sent an email to the planning board about this. I'm following up with an attachment later. I thought I had another week before we were having this meeting, which was pulled up a week early, which I think is slightly disrespectful to the members and to the public. But I do intend for it to be shared with the members of the board because I believe that we've been misled with this 284 number and built an entire permit around a number
Like I
that
said,
nobody
it's what
else
you
used to
feel.
make a determination.
It's again what you feel. So
I am
let's go to
only
number
speaking
16.
for myself.
Okay, so
Let
let's,
me say
can
that
we
one
move
more
on to number
time.
16 now? Thank you. Lorraine,
16 requires.
page 16. And 16.
Requires the applicant to maintain the bulkhead and tiebacks in accordance with its permit. It also requires an inspection every 2 years by a professional engineer. And that they repair it, and so you will recall that this is what triggered the permit in the first place. Is the-
Right, and we're generally okay, we have language that we'll propose in writing that we're okay with, and it's generally inspecting the bulkhead and the tiebacks, but it's just nuanced because the tiebacks are actually underneath the pavement, so you're really looking at the bulkhead, and if the bulkhead's not in good repair, then you would address it accordingly, but there's no objection for us on, we've suggested some.
It feels wordy too, but.
Yeah.
But I mean, yes.
But if you take a look at.
You're complying with the permit.
Yeah, and you can take a look at what we're offering, if you think it's the exact same effect, but it's just,
Now, these inspections, are they, the final, report, is that submitted to the code enforcement officer? The inspections that are doing every 2 years?
This, we're not asking here that happen.
what
I'm
we
just
proposed
saying.
was to keep the bulkhead in good working condition, which is a general terminology to use in a permit. So it would be on us, if the code enforcement officer came and said, this is not good working condition, he could say, listen, this is gonna be a violation, and we would do something about it, so. What we had suggested was keep the bulkhead and the tiebacks in good working condition, and that we be authorized to make any necessary repairs with appropriate permits.
Are you required now to do these inspections? Or is this something new from us?
It's what we do on a regular basis ourselves for.
You do it on your own?
Okay,
But we are requiring it
But
every 2
we-
years,
right.
to get,
so,
this condition,
That's what I meant.
if adopted, would require it on a schedule.
But they wrote.
But they do it. but I just wanna add that the report be sent to the, code enforcement officer. And maybe a copy to the clerks, so it can be accessible by the public. Diligent work, okay? I mean, we welcome you, you've been, you're part of the community, but you just can't be invisible over there anymore. You've been invisible, but you're not now, so every business over there, if anything happens, it reports. I think the code enforcement gets involved, so we just want you to submit it to the, copy to the code enforcement and copy to the city clerk. This way, if it could be, it can be accessed by the public, that's all I'm saying.
It's gonna be accessible through the Army Corps of Engineers and
Yeah.
DEC.
No, but we wanted,
All you have to do is go online and there it is.
no,
And
okay.
and the CEO, if he gets a copy of it, it's there. You'll have to involve the city clerk.
No, because when the public goes to look for something, they usually put the request into the city clerks.
And they would tell them where to go to the CEO.
Sure, and that's why the language you said was just we keep it in good repair, and if we need to repair something, we'll do so, but having the repair documentation, like, what's the public gonna do it? It's our dock, I mean, if it.
I understand that, but
I
the
think
public,
I understood Teresa was asking for a copy of the inspection report.
right, that's what I'm saying. The
The
inspection
the final annual inspection report.
is send it, add the CEO and the city clerks, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
We'll respond.
CEO, not the clerk. Clerk doesn't need it.
Well, they're the official record filers. Most people go to them to get records, and then if they have it, they don't have to tell somebody to go someplace else and get it. It makes it easier.
Ask the clerk if they want to do it.
And
Yes,
We
yes,
can-
yes,
we
clerk.
can move on.
Yeah.
Clerk,
I understand it,
Okay.
where you're coming from.
Alright, number 17. Okay, the adoption of use for the transport of hazardous and or toxic materials as defined in Article 27 of the New York State Environmental Conservation Law, or for the shipment of natural gas liquids, liquefied natural gas, synthetic gas, unusable or for fuel or mixture of natural gas and such synthetic gas, incinerated ash and solid waste. That's a lot. What is incinerated ash? That's like they melt down rock.
Well, like, there was, trying to think of Albany, for instance, Albany County Sewer District has 2 incinerators, and so, materials put in there, it's incinerated, and it's.
So I
it's the
can easily adjust, it. So we're not permitted already under the code,
Oh,
we're
okay.
only permitted to do goods and raw materials.
Is that-
Incinerated ash is
Which one?
and it's, I don't know if it's a hazardous
Yeah,
waste, but it's
no,
definitely
no,
not.
oh, so in other words, we're saying here that,
They can't do it, even.
right, if somebody brings it here to be trucked.
We couldn't do it anyway, permit or not.
Is all of this defined in Article 27?
I know,
I didn't know that, actually, I don't.
yeah, so our comment in response to that was, we've already proposed to the board that, the code says goods and raw materials, we would be amenable to a condition that goods and raw materials shall not include. Article 77 is hazardous waste, that's the only term that's defined in there. So we would, we'd be, of course, okay with saying no hazardous waste, because we wouldn't be able to do it anyway. But these other materials, I'm not sure
What does it?
what they're tied to, what impact it's.
I incorporated conditions received from the board members.
Okay, was that you?
Yeah, but obviously, was doing solid waste or incinerated ash or, do you,
Incinerated ash should be a waste.
right, would be a waste, yeah,
Yeah.
so you're saying
It's-
you're already prohibited from any type of waste, any, all
Correct.
types of waste.
Yeah, the
Because-
code only allows goods and raw materials.
Goods and raw
Okay,
materials.
Is fertilizer, we can remove that, is fertilizer considered,
A raw material.
yes, or a good that you currently,
We do not currently ship fertilizer. But it could be a good.
It could be a good, that's my point.
So
And then-
I think we can reword this to say. Shall be limited to goods and raw materials which shall not include, and then we'll keep some of this language, because it's more protective.
Yeah,
In the event that we're arguing over whether, incinerated ashes or.
And we can provide this, but
Yeah.
if we're responding, we're responding, and this one is not the big thing.
but yeah, I would like that fertilizer, because the mix is not just odor. And I don't see odors in.
But there's already code conditions, see, a lot of these,
Fertilizer could be.
we run into an issue where we're gonna start picking up random arbitrary goods. that
I
we
did see
can't
that,
ship.
yeah.
But there are, let's just say it was this X material, that you said, like, well, we don't want, let's say, liquefied natural gas or something like that. I don't know if this to be true, but for example, there could be other state and federal laws, and there likely are, that cover the shipment of those things, so we would need to be permitted. There would be safety precautions we would have to follow,
Mhm.
so even if the code said, yeah, you could do hazardous waste, we'd still have an entirely different state and federal permitting scheme that would protect the public. So fertilizer as a good, for example, this isn't because we wanna take fertilizer, but it's just so we don't create an enormous list of things that are excluded. There's code provisions that say that you cannot do any act in the city of Hudson that produces a noxious odor. So there's already code protections against those things. So I just don't wanna get into like everyone tossing in random goods and raw materials without anything in the record suggesting that any of these goods and raw materials have any impact Because there's safe travel and transport of materials every day down these streets that no one knows about because they just don't have an impact.
That's true, but presumably your business, their business might get sold, might get transferred to other businesses, and that's why, even though you have no intent on having those materials.
Well, I didn't say we don't
doesn't
have an
mean
intent,
that-
I said we should be allowed under the code to be able to do that. If someone came to us and said, listen, there's farming that's going on over here, and we have goods, fertilizer, raw materials that we wanna ship, and it's cheapest to do up the Hudson. That's what the port is there for. I mean, that's what the whole LWLP and the code.
I think the board has discretion here, if, because of proximity to the park and, you know, the things that keep coming up, if there's something that is naturally smelly all the time, to limit it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but there's nothing in the record to say that it is naturally smelling.
that fertilizer is. No, you
I don't
can
see
correct
anything
it.
in the record that suggests that it's smelling.
Are
It can't be transported in sealed packages.
I'm gonna reword this to say, use of the dock,
Your client is all right with the language.
use of the dock shall be limited to transport of goods and raw materials and shall not include without limitation, and then we'll continue with the list of things that will be specifically excluded, but it's not, inclusive, right? So though, there are other things that will not be allowed if it's not a good or raw material, but at least it includes those things that you've identified as you definitely don't want.
And they're okay with that language in it,
And
the client.
So we're gonna respond, and you can either say,
So you
your language is.
put it in there, please.
yeah, I mean, I think ultimately it's gonna be the board's decision,
Yeah.
so. But. I mean, I understand what their concern is, but you also have the obligation.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else we could have missed here that can create a,
Well, that's why it's not limited.
okay,
Correct, yeah.
good, that's what that means.
Mhm.
Because we don't even see the. I
You
mean,
just-
suppose we became a fishing port. It's,
But fish is a good.
okay, number 18,
The applicant shall implement and maintain the approved spill protection and response protocol on file with the planning board and the CEO. The protocol shall include procedures for spill prevention, containment, cleanup, and reporting. Spill response equipment such as absorbent materials, booms, and contaminant supplies shall be maintained on site and kept in good working order at all times.
18. Any questions on anything about that?
I'm good with that.
Hmm?
I'm good with it.
Are we good with it? Okay, 19. Dr. Yu.
The applicant shall install and maintain a traffic monitoring system at the dock entrance capable of recording all vehicle entries and exits. The system may consist of an automated vehicle counter, a GPS-based monitoring system, or an equivalent method. The monitoring system shall be fully operational prior to the resumption of full dock operations. Records of vehicle trips shall be retained for a minimum of 3 years and made available to the CEO upon request.
I mean, if we're gonna put a limitation, we need to have no figures to back that limitation up. We're saying 284 a day or whatever annual trips, we need a mechanism for measuring what that is.
You mean to assure that they don't go over?
Exactly.
We agree with that?
No.
Are we? Okay, let's do that.
I don't agree with this.
So
I
I would
trust-
trust that.
I trust Calarusso's in maintaining the 284 limit. I don't see a problem with that with them. I mean, they've agreed to several things we've already suggested to them. They went over and aboard on some of the things that they did already without our request. So I don't have a problem with Calarusso's honesty and the limitations of the trust. And I don't think this is necessary.
And so the question is, do we want to keep 19 or strike 19, right?
I think we still need to keep it, because everything needs a check and balance.
Thank you.
I would like to keep it.
I wanted to keep it.
It's not a matter of not trusting, it's just
It's
it
not.
gives further documentation. Support.
Keep it.
I say strike it, so it's two against.
The part I would strike, it says the monitoring system shall be fully operational prior to resumption of full dock operations. I don't know. They already have dock operations, so I would just strike that one sentence.
Okay, how are they going to keep the numbers? You weigh every truck that comes out of your quarry going to the dock. When do you weigh it? When it comes out of the quarry or when it gets to the dock?
Right.
Okay, so every truck that comes out of your dock, more than likely is going to the quarry, or it's not. It's not, I mean, every truck that comes out of your quarry is going to the dock. No?
Not every truck, not every truck.
Okay,
Every truck that goes to the dock is being weighed at the quarry.
okay, so you have a count of every truck, every day that goes to the dock.
And the code enforcement officer.
Okay, so that's the report, yeah,
You know,
so that's your monitor, GPS monitor, okay.
Yeah, so this condition in our response, but this is already in place, they already keep track. And the code enforcement officer can ask for any information what's in there.
Okay, so it's already in place,
So he can just say, okay, show me your numbers, we think you're in violation, we have to give it to him.
so it's already in place, so we're good. Except for, it's not called this GPS based monitoring system.
Well, no, I'm really
That's
saying,
just an option.
we object
That's just an option.
We object to this because we're already keeping track, we're not putting GPS systems on the trucks. We
Right.
already keep track of our trucks. If the code enforcement officer wants to ask us a question
can
about
come
what
and
it
check.
requires, they can do it. But we're not going to be subject to conditions where we have to self-report our compliance with the permit.
But you do have a check of, you do have a record of.
Correct.
trucks.
But what
So
about,
we call it?
what about trucks that are private haulers that aren't coming
Yes.
from Culver
They're the
service?
same.
How do you keep track of them? You have a lot of
The tickets,
tickets.
the generated tickets will tell.
And
Well,
then,
meaning because they would be included with the 284 number. Oh, yeah, that's yeah, okay, yeah. So there's a record of all trucks. So that's why we object to installing equipment or self-reporting to the CEO. The CEO, that's the division between the planning board. The planning board is to set conditions, the code enforcement officer enforces the conditions.
okay, so this can.
I mean, you took a vote and the board wanted to keep it.
I mean, you could take out the GPS monitoring system, but I still don't think it's a bad idea to, if you're already using the system, what's the big deal with keeping that portion in?
Because we shouldn't have to report our compliance with the permits, the code enforcement officer, no other business in the city of Hudson has to. And it's just, they have to be reasonable and tied to an impact. You're not, just because we're reporting it doesn't mean it's more likelihood that we're gonna violate our permit. The code enforcement officer can come by any time and inspect the books.
Okay, the only thing you don't have is this GPS monitoring system.
No, we object to the entire condition because we already have it in place and it's not tied, it's completely outside the purview of this review.
Well, but if you already do it, why do you object to it?
Yeah, what's the big
Because
deal?
this requires us to self-report it to the GPS, consists of an automated GPS counter.
Right, but it says upon request, that means same thing what you're doing.
If you'll accept it from the quarry, we can adhere to it.
Yeah,
But we didn't want to, build a whole new system at the dock.
oh, that's what this, okay.
Yes.
No, if you have a system that can verify how many
You
trucks.
can't, this is an approval for the dock, so we can't, as part of this permit,
Or
put anything on the quarry.
We have, like, right now, I can look on my phone and tell you how many trucks went to the dock.
Okay, but they do have a system that allows us,
You could reword this just to say the applicant shall maintain records of vehicle trips and provide them upon.
and what is
Okay.
providing that data? Well, where are you getting that data?
No, I think from a ticket. Yeah, from a scale ticket.
Scale tickets, okay.
Yeah, and I think, right,
And that's DOT, you need to, that's also regulated by the DOT.
It's the same ticket that the trucker gets certified weight going down the highway.
in other words, they have a
So
system.
it's part of an official, it's a part of the official chain
Yes.
of verification.
Right, and this one happens to say barge.
and what I was saying is I object to it because it's already in the code enforcement officer already has the ability to come by and say, you have a permit, it says 284. Are you in compliance with this? We believe you're not.
See, I'd be willing to amend that based on the fact that.
Yeah, I actually wanted to hear what Victoria was actually saying for her to finish her sentence based on this, you know.
Victoria is saying we could just Keep it, but just revert.
I was suggesting alternative language, that just saying the applicant shall maintain records of vehicle truck trips to the dock and, provide such records to the CEO upon request.
The fact that what they're providing are tickets that are also regulated by the state and required, make them official, so I feel comfortable with. That's an official thing, it's not just them writing and just doing a checklist and saying, we did this. So yeah.
So that complies with the change that she wants to change on the 19th.
Yeah, it's a verified thing to me, so I feel that the public good is.
So can we amend our vote to keep number 19, but just change the wording?
Yeah.
Is there such thing as amending that vote?
No.
We're gonna amend the vote. No, we're gonna amend the vote. She said yes. So we amended
It wasn't official.
keep the 19, keep 19 and just change the word.
Right.
Okay.
To a verify, we could change the language to a verified, a system which is being able to be independently verified, right?
I like what Victoria says, let's just stop there and leave that there, I mean.
Right, 2 words. Victoria got it. Just, boy, you got it. Okay,
No. What are you writing? Just so I wanna know the final language.
I mean, I have not fully written it, because I just take notes, but, it will say something like applicant shall maintain records of all truck trips to the dock. And provide such records upon request to the CEO. And we'll keep in that the records have to be maintained for a minimum of 3 years.
we agree with that. So we agree. Okay, can we move to 20 then?
The applicant shall periodically review all complaints and comments made to the CEO.
Okay, what did, I'll put that in there.
So I think this came out of the concept that we were gonna do we were gonna put that.
The city?
You're right, we we're gonna put a public complaint, or not just for them, but for any business.
Like a 311 that the city has?
Yeah, and so notifications that would come in and say, this business is doing X thing, and this is my issue with it. And then the city would then go to the code enforcer where applicable, and then they would come to you, and you would respond to the code enforcer. I mean, it's not.
That system's already in place.
Exactly.
So you could place, so that's why we said we object to this, I don't even know how it would be enforceable.
Yeah.
So,
So can we scratch this one because it's already in place?
yeah,
And if the city do put in a complaint thing with 311, which I think they have something
Yeah,
already.
we can do that, we can do that part.
And then I just forward the complaints.
Yeah.
Right, it's just part of the chain of what we'd like to see happen, they don't have to do it, we can do that.
Because if the complaint comes in and the code enforcement get it, he's gonna go out there.
Exactly, trying to find out.
Yeah, but can we just change that to something that we recommend that the common council?
No.
you can't.
No.
No, not yours, I understand,
Oh,
not for you.
No, so we
But
wanna,
for us.
the
I thought
vote is
you were asking
gonna-
us
we're
to
gonna
do
scratch,
Yeah,
we're gonna eliminate 20?
for that, yeah.
Yes, okay. Are we agree? Yes. Okay, now we go 21.
Who's reading it, you want me to?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can for it.
Go for it.
Number 21, by January 30th of each calendar year, the applicant shall submit an annual compliance report to the CEO demonstrating compliance with all ongoing conditions of this approval and with any applicable DEC, ACOE permit requirements. The report shall cover the preceding calendar year and shall include at a minimum, number 1, a summary of daily and annual truck trip totals from the traffic monitoring system, demonstrating compliance with the 284 trip limit. And 2, documentation of dust control and sweeping activities under the approval of the best management practice plan. And 3, records of bulkhead and tieback inspection and maintenance. Next page. 4, confirmation of landscaping, lighting, and fencing maintenance. 5, a summary of any spill incidents and responses. And 6, any other required documentation demonstrating adherence to approval to the approved site plan set and all permit conditions. And it says the report shall be signed by a responsible corporate officer or site manager and, where applicable, by a licensed professional engineer certifying that the information provided is accurate to the best of their knowledge. It's very wordy.
Yeah. That came from a lot of stuff.
So
Okay, but that came from Christian.
And some of it's redundant.
That came from a member.
So again, like with the GPS. The point of the permit is to put the conditions that we're supposed to abide by. It's not supposed to usurp the jurisdiction of the code enforcement officer, so. We're
We
not.
gotta find out who wrote that, you What was the thought behind this? Cause it is wordy and it sounds redundant. When I read
Well, the
it,
whole, I think, I don't know if it was me, but the whole idea is to have a comprehensive report at the end of the year. Saying that you've complied with all of the things that you need to comply with.
But the code enforcement officer can already confirm that, so we're not gonna be subject to a condition. The planning board has no authority to require us to confirm or certify with an engineer compliance with our own permit. So no other business has to do that. What we're here to do is to make the conditions. The code enforcement officer enforces the conditions. So it seems ridiculous that we'd be the only business that has to certify compliance with state and federal permits to the code enforcement officer.
Well, maybe not the state, but like, we only have one code enforcement officer, obviously can't be every place, in the city at all times.
And yet this board issues special use permits and approvals all the time, and none of those businesses and none of those residences have to. Ever, I mean, I'm here all the time, and I've never heard a condition where you have to self-comply to the code enforcement officer.
I just
It's
want to be.
clearly
tested
targeted.
with the condition.
Yeah, and we object to it, to any condition that asks us. to
Randall, what
certify
was the
them.
reasoning for this again?
But the reason is because the city has a single code enforcement officer that has to, review applications throughout the entire city.
Mhm.
And the idea here was that, perhaps in lieu of putting a durational limit on the permit. Having them just, provide a report saying, yep, we understand our conditions and we've been complying with them. I mean, I understand maybe a professional engineer and those kinds of certifications might be a bit much, but. I don't think an annual report saying, we understand our conditions, we've reviewed them, things get lost in time. I don't think it's that onerous.
And just submit it to the code, don't you do that?
But,
No.
if that
No
condition
business
is
does.
a lot. We can talk about what should be included in that.
Well, if you're gonna be periodically reviewed, the permit's gonna be periodically, don't you want that record to be able to say, to substantiate, this is what we've done? Rather than than not have it and have it open to, well, did you do this and did you not do this?
I don't know how those. To an annual review. I mean, we'll respond in writing if we just want to move on, it's already
All right.
10 o'clock.
So do you guys want to keep this? I mean, what do you think about it? When I saw it, I want to give it, give it. We can respond to it.
I got one point for it. How many points down?
We might have to end the meeting.
Anybody have any more comments on this? I mean,
Thank you.
they already demonstrated their compliance with the truck limits side, they already know. We have a way to find it out. We already talked about the dust control and sweeping activity, so I don't know.
Okay.
I just think.
I lost track of where, are we?
We are on page
21, bullet point 1 and 2, Mr. Reynolds just said. I mean, it seems like we've already talked about some of these same things in the.
Yes, I see, well. So we decided 22 on the real pollution monitoring, yes, it's in this section.
Logically speaking, this is my issue with this, outside of the fact that it's completely ridiculous, is, so you're asking us to say, are you in compliance? Yeah, we'll just say, yeah, sure, we're in compliance. What does that get the code enforcement officer? The code enforcement officer has to go down there and certify compliance himself. What we say about our own compliance is irrelevant to his determination.
Right, but the records indicate that and show the pattern of your compliance.
For who? For the code enforcement officer?
Yeah, for
Or does it go to the?
any official in the city that can take a look and say, okay, they've complied with this,
The
they're
code
compliant with
enforcement officer
that.
is the only person in the city who can do that. to be very clear. So, and it's his job to enforce the code and to enforce the permit. It is not a reasonable condition to put in a special use or conditional use permit to make a business self-certify compliance with the permit, nor would it be a legally binding document. I mean, we would just say, yeah, we're in compliance, and then so I just don't understand what it does or what it gets to. And if your attorney has told you it has to be tied to mitigating an impact, and we're already subject to these conditions. So you're telling me that if you just subject to this conditions and we don't self-report, by self-reporting, we're further mitigating impacts? It doesn't make any sense.
Would you?
No, you're documenting your mitigation.
Fix some stuff.
Well, I've been here for 5 years, so.
Give them some time, please.
But I think what they're also
I mean,
saying.
you've been here a long time, we're all neighbors, we're like, hey.
But we're willing to
I
follow
know that.
conditions to mitigate impacts. We're not gonna sit here and talk for hours about self-reporting or other conditions that are just aimed at, I mean, they're just not.
And that accountability. They're not-
Okay,
that's
listen,
not
John,
Accountability.
Hold it, we
This is a
can
planning board, like
argue
you've
this.
explained 1,000 times, it's a planning board.
I know
It's
it
to
is.
impose conditions, not to enforce the zoning code.
TJ, we can ask it and you can say no, but do we wanna keep it as a board, do we wanna, kind of strike it? We wanna rewrite, strike it? How about
You
you?
know, he makes a good point, you know, if I can call you TJ. Makes a good point, but I also am wondering, like, with this particular summary, were you hoping that it would go beyond the CEO as some form of data?
No, not really, not necessarily. I think that if we're gonna be, if you wanna evaluate the continuing compliance of an applicant, rather than just trying to catch them doing something, having them establish a record to say, this is what we've done, and in that packet, these are the amount of trucks, this is, this is our logs, this is our pollution monitoring, this is all this, these are all these records that are telling us, the city, that this applicant is doing what they need to do on the waterfront of this city.
But I think I
But none of the
already
other
heard,
decisions
can I
will do
finish?
that.
Can I finish?
Wait a minute.
conditional use permit.
Let Bettina and Randall get this.
I think what I'm hearing from the applicant is that it's already being done.
That's what I heard.
And that it upon CEO, they're already logging it. Upon CEO request or when CEO goes down there, they can see the logs. Am I wrong? Do you have to keep some kind of log?
For trucks, but to ask us to confirm landscaping, I mean, what does that even mean?
Maintenance, confirmation of landscaping, lighting and fencing, maintenance.
So you're looking for our opinion?
No,
But there's no that.
Confirmation of maintenance.
That it's
Yes,
done.
But there's already a requirement to do it.
no, and that's a visual thing, if you don't do it, they don't know it.
We can move on.
I'm not sure why you're fighting this one.
Yeah.
This is just, you have to comply with the conditions, so just,
Don't.
this is asking you, I mean, again, if there's wording that if it's too far or too much, we could talk about that, but you have to comply with the conditions, so this is just asking you to document, yes, we complied with all our conditions this year, thank you.
Okay, we were voting to strike it or leave it, so we have one person, okay. We got on Dr. Young, but yes, strike it or leave it.
Can you skip me for a second and let me just process? a
Okay,
little bit more?
I'd like to see what they have to say. I mean, unless they're just gonna say, no, we're not gonna do it, which kind of sounds like
Okay.
that's what.
Well, they can choose to say that, but we don't have to.
Okay,
I would like to say, I think that.
leave it,
Yes.
Leave it.
leave it. Okay, so it's strike it, strike it, strike it, leave it, leave it, leave it, leave it, that's 4. Okay, we leave it. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
And that's what we have to do to move on, at least get through this, okay? This applicant has been in front of us the longest, and we're gonna do everything we can. Okay, now we're on page 17, number 22. Now, here you're saying, you're putting Randall Martin's name.
These are all the new ones that were received after the first draft was.
Okay, Randall.
Yeah, the
just
the philosophy of all of these is that we're granting a permission to do something in the city at a scale that has never been done in the city. If they were to do their business to capacity, to the capacity of which the 284 trucks which they have.
Okay.
My thing is, I wanna make sure that the city has the ability to understand, has this increased pollution, has this increased dust? We don't, we didn't say we're gonna do a baseline because it was too expensive and when they said, we couldn't direct sources. But now if we go on, then we can say, this year it was this, and now this year was this, and it's headed in a direction that we don't want.
Okay.
So this way we can, that's what I'm just asking.
You can monitor it.
Wait a minute, Randall, can you read what you put in from 22 to 29? Then we're
So,
gonna have
so
Gabby
these
do it.
are, the applicant shall install real-time, a particular amount of PM 2.5 and PM 10 air monitoring at the property boundaries adjacent to the Henry Hudson riverfront and provide quality reports. That would be in the thing that I was saying. A permanent noise monitoring device.
Wait a
Wait,
minute,
that's
wait a
the
minute,
next one.
number 22, let's see what you're talking about there.
Well, I mean, but they all, I mean, it's the same assumption. It's all tied in. To say, if we're gonna have that report, these are things that would be part of that.
Condition 22.
Yeah, 22, that's good.
I mean, we don't have a baseline. So if we install the real-time monitors, what are we then comparing that against?
Year to year,
Month to month.
it establishes a baseline.
But if the permit is issued, no matter what what he's saying, no matter what the air monitor is saying, like, what is it to do?
Well, one of the conditions that I propose is that the permit has to come up for renewal every 3 years. So if we see that air pollution is going through the roof in those last 3 years, then the renewal process will be different.
Now,
So if you look at section 325, 34C of the code, it specifically talks about renewal.
Yeah.
And air quality pollution would be completely irrelevant. It was only if the code enforcement officer finds that the permit as originally issued, we're not in compliance with that, and we're given a cure period to bring it back in.
No, it can be
Okay.
up for renewal just for the hell of it.
We've had that conversation a number of times.
We have, not.
I feel like it.
There's already air quality monitoring in the city of Hudson, and we object to this because it's not
Where is
in the
it?
purview.
It's not in the city, it's in the vicinity, but it's definitely not in the city, it's definitely not on the waterfront.
The planning board members can install them if they like, but we're not gonna accept that as a
Okay.
condition.
In,
So we wanna know 22, you put it in there, Randall.
I did.
Okay, so, anybody else on the planning board, well, I'll get to you, Gabby, have any questions about it? Do we wanna leave it? Because they're gonna reply to this, so do we wanna leave it like this, or do we wanna?
I mean, again, the question is, what do you do with the information? So,
In other words, he's looking to monitor year to year, month to month, day to day, whatever.
right, but so there's no trigger though. If the approval goes forward, there's no trigger to do anything with that information unless you do put a durational condition on the permit, and then it's just information for you to consider.
Right, and it would be directly relevant for the code enforcement to see, this is what's going on, otherwise how does he know?
in
code
the,
enforcement officer doesn't have jurisdiction to enforce air quality, that's DEC and EPA or Clean Air Act, which we've explained, so.
But if he found something wrong, could he repeat, he will report it to the right people.
I mean, what is wrong?
in the full environmental assessment form from 516, when the question was asked, does the proposed action include or will it use on-site one or more sources of air emissions, including fuel combustion, waste incineration, and other processes or operations? The answer was yes. When it was asked, will the proposed action result in the release of air pollutants from open air operations or processes such as quarry or lymph operations? The answer was yes. So if you guys yourselves are saying, yeah, we're gonna be producing this stuff, why would the city of Hudson not want to know how much of it is pumping into our park and city? Why wouldn't we want to monitor that to protect our
And you
residents?
can, and you should.
But
I'm just saying
you're
it's not
saying
a
you're not gonna
permissible
do it.
condition to put on a business owner, because it's not within your authority.
Of
to
course it
require.
is.
Okay, I mean, we're just get a judge.
You're
to-
here for a CUP, and one of our conditions could be that you have to monitor the air quality in your industrial.
It's a commercial dock,
Okay.
It's industrial use.
Okay,
it's a commercial use.
okay, are we gonna?
You're
agree that-
saying it's not industrial?
Okay, listen,
I'm not
hello,
engaging with you.
hello, so that's a good idea.
Well, we're gonna struggle to figure out.
Right.
The pollution of the trains, and I think
Exactly, that is something we had talked about, how can you tell it's coming from?
they're not gonna
Colorado?
get any better, they're gonna get worse.
Because, first of all, we've been offered many examples, I could pull them up if I had the time, of monitors that can read specific places. Also, the train, there is a baseline for that.
But
It
what-
comes in every few hours, there's a certain number of them a day. What is gonna be the changing factor are gonna be operations at the dock.
But we already voted on this.
Yeah. I
Many
mean,
weeks
we
ago,
could-
that it was not an issue, and I
Our
think we should.
consultant had said that it
Well,
would
it's
be
now
impossible,
Well, yes.
impossible to
If you want to-
determine that this coming from Colorado.
Yes.
Okay,
No, I want you to say what you're gonna say.
I was gonna say, if you want me to get back with the team, talk about item 22 and report back. Well, I'll do that.
okay, so we're gonna leave it until
I'm all
we're
right.
gonna leave it for consultants review?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay,
In-
wait a minute, do we as a board, 7 members, agree with that?
I'm fine with that, you know, I'm reading a little bit right here about the
Okay, how about
real time PB two
There you
point
go,
five
Jim.
air quality
Careful
monitor.
with that chat GPT.
Yeah.
Yes or no, Gene? Okay, so we're leaving 22, for the, consultant to review.
In
All
the
right,
letter
23.
that Christian wrote about air quality monitoring, he ended it by stating that we didn't want any more data because it might invite legal action. And I'm pretty sure we're not supposed to make decisions based on potential legal action, but based on what is healthy and safe for the residents of this city.
Okay.
So I would prefer, another review.
I think.
23, going to 23, we are leaving it.
I'm just making a point.
We're leaving it.
We're 23, same thing, it's noise, that's the same.
Okay, so that's for your review, that's 22 and 23 is together.
Well, I don't think there's anything to review there. I mean, either you're,
Randall, what's 23?
Why don't you just read it, and then
Yeah,
if somebody on the board wants you to stop at a certain one, we can do
right,
that.
okay, Randall,
That's the
23.
23. A permanent noise monitoring device shall be installed to ensure compliance with noise thresholds set forth in, let's see, no, I can't remember.
210 dash.
210 dash.
That's 210-6 of the city code. You want me to read?
No, I just
No,
read that, I
We
just-
don't
I
want to,
just
yeah,
read.
you're gonna speed read, we know
Exactly,
that.
no, I gotta read my own thing.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's that.
so permanent noise monitoring devices.
Oh, that's what the purpose of that would be. Our noise study confirmed, the engineers approved it, that we are well within a full max that we could possibly do.
And if there ever was
Code
a
enforcement officer
complaint,
wants to put a noise device out there because he doesn't believe it, he can do so.
and I believe that if there's ever a complaint about you making an absorbent amount of noise, I think the police can come down and monitor that.
I assume the code says something if there's some place.
Yeah, and I think that's all over,
That's-
that's all over the city.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
Yeah,
get
not
one
just
about a
that.
bar or event
rational-
that's having noise. and the
Rationale,
police
as
will
I
come
said
in.
earlier, you have loading, you have unloading, you have your different noise events. Oftentimes, in a dock operation, you might have a noise event, and by the time somebody hears it and reports it, it's over. It could be like a half an hour, you know, it's not like the turnaround time to say, oh, you know, this dropped, or this is scraping, or this gear is stuck and this is making noise, but you're really gonna be able to stop and identify it. If you have noise monitoring, then you know, at a certain time, this happens.
Yeah, but how are we supposed to tell that it's our operations that are setting the noise monitor off? The noise
They're
study said,
directional, monitoring is directional.
the noise study clearly stated that at the boundaries of the property, that our operations were actually less than the ambient of the surrounding area because it's commercial and it's Amtrak. So if you put a noise monitor there and face it, you're not gonna be able to tell where the noise is coming from. And we're already in compliance, so there is no reason to make us pay for a continuous monitoring system when our experts have already concluded on the record that there is no noise issue.
And that is.
That's why we wanna move on.
That is true. Do we wanna keep this or strike it? The board,
It can be removed.
Kelly, Jean,
24. It can be removed.
Randall?
Well, I was at one, I put it in there.
Gabby,
Yeah, I think all monitoring is
Okay.
positive.
Victoria, Veronica, sorry, Victoria, you're not part of this board, even though some people think you are, but you're not. Okay,
Strike it.
okay, strike it. It's strike, number 23 is
I
done.
would strike 24.
Yeah, that's what I would,
Okay,
because I didn't know
24
why you
strike.
want a
Okay.
third party audit.
Now, 25,
Because, yeah, I was like 24 and 25, because we dealt.
oh, 25 is strike, okay,
Yeah.
26.
Oh, yes, so the applicant shall designate a community liaison office to handle inquiries regarding dust, truck traffic,
You have the
and
CEO for
noise.
that.
The applicant shall post well, we don't have to do that.
Strike it.
Part of that.
Strike
No,
that.
not the whole thing.
Well, no, you already have the CEO doing that, addressing that issue, correct?
Well, the idea is that a liaison could then, again, because we said the CEO kind of has a lot
Are
to
you
do
trying
with
to
the
make a
city.
job for yourself?
The CEO, if the CEO can contact us directly, they have our number.
And you have somebody that answers questions.
Correct.
Okay.
So you don't want a community liaison, is that what you're saying?
No.
Just.
Put an application.
Just so it could be, you get all this information and then I.
And then I can hire you.
Spy.
I mean, so what are we doing? Are we keeping the community liaison and straightening everything out?
Okay, do we wanna strike it or keep it?
Strike it.
Strike it.
One person in the community to be able to be dedicated.
Is it yes
to
or no to
address
you,
these
Randall?
issues.
Randall, yes or no,
Yeah,
strike,
for that we've had.
strike or keep? Keep
Okay,
it,
yes.
okay, Gabby,
Sure.
well, what? Which one?
Sure, let's keep it, I like it,
Okay,
somebody can have a fun job, arguing for
strike,
changes.
strike.
And Gabby's gonna be your co.
Strike.
No one can even fill that
It's
position.
strike, but Randall
Who
can.
picked him would never be the right person.
I know, every day.
I'm pretty sure I could do it, but anyway.
I mean, you gotta have fun. I mean, it's late at the night, we all, okay, let's go to 27, Randall?
Okay.
Doesn't hurt to have a little humor every now and
That's
then.
right, we have to. But this could be, I'm not serious.
Oh, yeah, so I think this is in the applicant shall transition to tier 4 compliant, or electrical material handling equipment, as units are replaced. So as you upgrade, you already said you're gonna replace the diesel motors with electrical
Yeah,
motors,
that's
so.
what- if he can.
The diesel generator,
Yeah.
if we can get permission to do it, so the way we've drafted is that
Right.
within a certain period of time, we will seek approval to get that done, because we don't know if NAC will put their foot down and say you can't do it.
But
But
it's
this
just
is asking us to replace material handling equipment, what would be the purpose of that?
again, to reduce noise, so let you know, anything that's
I
wrong.
don't know that any of these electrical material handling equipments are less noisy, and our noise experts already said there's no noise impacts, even with non-electrical equipment, even at full operation, with every single piece of equipment we have going on at the same time.
He
Which
just
is not
said it was
even,
no, that's not what that's what we said, there was no noise impact.
correct, so what would be the point of requiring electrical equipment?
Didn't you say something about?
He didn't
Oh,
They are.
He said that there was no noise.
Replacing the hopper.
Oh, okay, to electric car.
No, we are seeking approval to replace the diesel generator that powers the conveyor, the hopper.
Yep.
With three-phase power.
Which is
But
a,
this is asking us to replace all of the equipment with electrical equipment at the dock.
oh,
That's not what I'm saying.
Material good.
Material handling, so material handling would be a lower.
oh, so we're talking about the same thing?
I'm saying you're assuming that the diesel loader is tier 4, which it is.
Right,
Okay, so we can strike this.
so what?
And you know, let
We
me
were
just
gonna
keep
go, I
saying,
thought we were gonna go through all of these and then you were gonna respond at the end.
Look, he can respond now, and we don't have to come back to this.
We can agree on that, right?
So what
No,
other equipment do you have that's?
Truck, the loaders. Truck running down there, tier 4,
And so when you get new,
wouldn't be tier 3 if it was new.
I see what you're saying, okay.
You know, it's gonna be the latest and the greatest.
Right, if you got a new piece of equipment and it wasn't available to the AT3, that's not concerned about. And what I'm concerned about is that it's just like a condition for a condition's sake, there's no, it's not tied to an impact.
Noise and pollution.
Exactly.
But who's to say that any tier 4 compliant or electrical material handling equipment is any noisier or there's any more pollution impact? There's like nothing in the record to suggest that's the case.
Well, if something is electrical instead of running on diesel, it's gonna have less pollution.
That's not necessarily true.
What?
There's no emissions.
Yeah, if there was.
Huh?
No,
You're saying a diesel generator and an electric generator
I'm
is
saying
the same amount of pollution?
I'm saying there's nothing in the record to suggest that, and it's a condition just for condition's sake. I'm just saying, if in the future, you would buy a piece of equipment, and it wasn't to come in electric or tier one compliant, and you want to buy that, oh, we should be able to buy that piece of equipment.
I wanna vote whether we're gonna keep this or strike it.
Okay, I see what you did.
Randall, keep it. Gabby,
Keep it.
okay,
Makes perfect sense.
Dr. Young?
So the tier 4 is dealing with like your trucks, your loader. Anything else under tier 4?
Can someone explain what tier 4 is?
Randall, explain what tier 4 is.
Well, I would defer to an expert.
That's from something you
Randall, you voted.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Okay.
Tier 4.
Okay, okay,
You tell them.
okay, let's go, let's finish the vote. So far, I got three, I got two, what do you say, Dr. Young, strike or what?
Let's remove it.
Okay, Jean? Strike, okay, we're striking number, what was it, 24?
27.
27, okay,
27, please don't have it.
28, Randall.
We already have talked about it.
It's strict environmental regulations, that's what tier 4 is, it's emission standards,
Okay, 28, Randall.
meaningful.
The applicant,
That's addressed earlier on.
Yeah, we already had. that.
exactly. So
Okay, so strike number 28 is already addressed. 29, Randall.
The conditional, similar to, we said, for the conditional use permit shall be submitted for renewal every 2 years after that date, after the date of this resolution, the planning board to conduct a compliance review. That's
29.
29.
So you're saying that the special use permit should expire within 2 years?
It should be up for review.
Up for review in 2 years?
Yeah.
Renewal.
Okay, we were, because I went to a class on that and kind of stated you couldn't.
It said, no, it said you could. Well, your interpretation is saying that you could.
By change of use.
Right, you're saying that you could, non-transferable is what you're talking about.
Right.
Not, it is.
Or it's not, it can't be revoked unless it's change of use or something.
They can be revoked if for non-compliance.
Non-compliance, which is, yeah. So does this, is this illegally, the 29,
So, your code says, and I'm just gonna read it.
please?
The planning board may require that conditional use permits be periodically renewed. Such renewal shall be granted following public notice and a hearing, may only be withheld upon a determination by the building inspector that such conditions that have been prescribed by the planning board in conjunction with issuance of the original permit have not been or are being no longer complied with. And then there's a 60-day opportunity for the
For cure.
applicant to cure. So there is an opportunity to renew the condition, to renew the permit, but it's only based on the conditions you have, and it has to be renewed unless there's an issue.
And that's why I kind of wanted the documentation so that you would have a record, so it was kind of an undisputable, evidence or tracking of what the company's performance is, which makes that renewal a lot easier, more straightforward. That was my point.
But it's not saying we could just arbitrarily renew it in 2 years.
So
It's not saying that you can't, it
if you
just.
don't have to require that it be periodically renewed, you may require it.
Thank you.
And so from our point of view, obviously, we did a dock repair and we've been before this board for 8 years. And the conditions we're designing are supposed to be permanent conditions. And we do not want a permit that is going to be, have this permit for 2 years, have this permit for 2 years. I mean, this business cannot operate if it's consistently in front of the planning board. Like, we want conditions that you guys are comfortable with, and then we want to just operate the business.
And what was the reasoning behind this, Randall, for the renewal?
Again, it was a safety valve for the city, if they determined that this operation, for a variety of different reasons, non-compliance being one of them, wasn't a good fit or whatever going forward, that they would be able to then have a discussion with you or the new owner or whoever was operating the business at the time to say, this company and these practices are not what we want. in compliance with with the guidelines that we've set forth. Again, that's why I had the mom figure, which would make it simpler to say, we have, look, this is that report, that's that report, and it would make it easier to have an undisputed a track record for what you're doing. But either way, I think that it's incumbent upon the city that's growing, that's changing, and that's looking forward to be able to say, are the requirements being met, and is the public being safe? Is the public recreation not impacted, and is public safety not impacted?
So in
Look,
15 years, we've only had one notice of violation from the code enforcement officer, so we've never, and that was because of the dock repair, which we did to protect the recreating public. So there's no record here that this is necessary at all, and it's clear that if we're brought in front of this board again, it's just gonna be another 8 years. I mean, we've spent more money than any applicant in the city of Hudson, I guarantee, on an application.
Suing us,
Okay,
but,
No,
this is
and-
forward looking,
That's
this
a-
is forward looking, not backward looking, and I just wanna quote something that the New York State DEC Commissioner said in 2016. Which came through the public comments, thank you so much to the public for all the hard work in helping us navigate this. Giving lead agency status to Greenport for Hall Road Review. And designating the Greenport Town Planning Board to serve as lead agency for the Hall Road project. This decision in no way limits the jurisdiction or responsibilities of the other involved and interested agencies, particularly the City Planning Board. And I encourage the Town Planning Board to seek and use the expertise of the City Planning Board as well as the DEC and DOT in evaluating potential impacts, if any, and developing viable alternatives to mitigate or avoid any identified significant adverse impacts. Look, we didn't get to do a secret review of the dock operations at the park. It is up to us to do everything we can to protect our residents and to protect the future of Hudson. And if monitoring noise and air quality and having you come up for review every 2 or 3 years to make sure that all of a sudden you're not polluting our children's lungs is something we can do, we are tasked to do that.
So
All right,
that vote has
wait,
absolutely
wait,
nothing to
wait.
do with
Okay.
the court review.
TJ, please. The next question is, Victoria, now this, I wanna ask you to, this 2-year review, what exactly does it entail?
Well, it would, first of all, you'd have to go over and say, were there violations?
Well, no, it can only tell what's in the code, it can't tell anything else.
I'm saying, but
Let's
it
stop.
doesn't. What would provoke a
No, the way it's
revocation
drafted, the
of
way
it.
it's drafted right now.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be based on an enforcement action,
Right,
it would be automatic, they would have to
That's
come back
what I
in
said.
and resubmit for review.
but that's not what you
Renewal
meant.
of permit.
no, but then the second part of it,
The second part of it, though, is that the board is only allowed to consider compliance with the conditions in this resolution.
right,
I have a question.
Yeah.
If they do break one of these conditions,
It's automatic.
yeah, I mean, is it up to the code enforcement to, you know, will it be an automatic chain reaction and have them right here?
no,
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 no, if, let's say they have a violation, the way violations normally go is that, you get a letter from the code enforcement officer, if you don't comply with it. He can take you to the local justice court to force compliance, or he can take you to Supreme Court to get an injunction. You generally don't come back before the planning board.
So if it came back to the planning board, what could we do any different? Could we change anything? Could we revoke it? What?
I mean, it's.
well, yeah,
If it,
let
I'm sorry. go ahead.
Victoria,
It may only be withheld upon a determination by the building inspector that the conditions have not been complied with, even after they had 60 days to fix any errors.
So meaning that it only will, if they don't comply with the conditions of the resolution, can we do something?
Right, it's just a cultural,
Only after,
After
if the CEO is telling you that they haven't complied, let's say there's scofflaws and they're ignoring the CEO. Then the planning board at that point, I suppose, could withhold the renewal.
But that's after the CEO make his report to us, right?
right,
And we're given a chance to fix the problem.
Exactly,
But during that time, what Victoria's saying is that at any point in time, the code enforcement officer has jurisdiction to send a notice violation to any business in the city of Hudson for any provision of code or any permit, and can bring you to court for failure to do so. So it's not as if you have to wait for permit renewal to be enforced upon.
Okay. No, and we're not intending to truncate that process, but all we're saying is at the end of the day, the planning board can then say, let's say one violation, two violations, I'm just saying, whatever the reasoning was that those things occurred, may be understandable. But let's say for whatever reason, you or whoever takes on the business becomes a repeat violator of a provision that we have. This provides a mechanism to say, you have violated this provision 7 times. And the planning and the CEO has noticed this and brought you for actions, and there wasn't a cure. It allows us to then say, this is now how we need to reevaluate this special use permit. I don't foresee that this is an issue with you, but it again gives the city the opportunity to then deal with a situation like that.
So you're not meaning, so when you're in this sentence, you're not meaning they automatically come back every 2 years? Only if there's a violation or?
Well, the language, that's what I wrote, but the language could be changed, it could be 4 years, it could be 3 years, I'm just
So come back for
providing
no
a-
reason, but just come back for a reason, they don't have to have a violation or anything, is that what you're saying?
Well, in theory, you'd want to, and in theory, you'd want to review you'd want a violation to be able to.
Right. Exactly, so, but I don't think,
That's not what the code.
that's not, but, and that's
But
not what
that's-
you're saying
right.
either.
The code says that we can just require that the permit be periodically renewed. We don't have to have a reason to do it, right?
We don't
So
necessarily.
we're just saying we could, you had 2 years, I had 3 years in mine, pick how often that happens.
That they're compliant.
Right.
For now, unless, zoning law could be changed.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other things in
yeah.
the meantime, but right now the threshold for renewal.
We
is
have to
that
follow
they
the
are in
code.
compliance.
We do not make law here, people don't like the code, this is the wrong board to come to.
Right, but it is, as she's been, it is discretionary, I gave
It's
that
not
as.
discretionary.
No, the periodic review,
Period.
period, the aspect
With no
of, the
violation.
intervals of the periodic review.
Yes, yes.
Is
You could-
discretionary.
You could choose a durational period or no period at all. That is up to the board.
I think it needs to be some period, and if you want to go to 3 years, I'd be okay with going to 3 years.
And again, why are we doing that? Have we done that with
I mean,
other?
you also could do this for the chicken permit, the chicken keeping permits, every conditional use permit in the city. Yeah.
Chickens, we could do with chickens.
You should be able to do it.
Did I
Come to somebody's house.
You
Excuse
have not done this for any of.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear, what?
But we
At
can,
least that I'm aware of.
now that I know that we can for chickens.
For any condition.
Well, if their chickens were gonna be living on 12 acres right next to the city park, I think we would ask them to come up for renewal every 2 or 3 years, but they're
Okay,
not.
we're gonna vote
I think this is.
I think you need to vote, in my
Yeah.
opinion, if you want to consider this, then you can worry about years or certain.
Yeah, I agree. I think this-
okay, so let's
Is
vote.
it in or out?
Do we wanna consider that, say, the Calusa comes back?
Do you wanna have a durational limit on the conditional use permit and require renewal?
Yes, I think it's a similar.
Okay, yes for you,
Yes.
Gabby,
Yes.
Kelly,
No.
No.
no. It's a no. Okay, now Gabby, you have 30 to 30, you have questions number 30, all the way to number
To the end.
55.
And some
Okay.
are missing, I hate to say it.
Well, that's enough. What we're
What do
gonna
you
do,
mean that's
well,
enough?
what we're gonna do, we're gonna break for another few minutes.
No,
I have look back.
Me too.
Come on.
Let's go.
We're breaking for another 5 minutes, please.
Of course.
Oh.
And then we're gonna let Gabby go through her stuff. Gabby, please, make it as quick, read it, we'll decide it, and we move on. And once
Some are
we,
missing at the end.
and once we get through with that,
I think.
that's what we'll be submitting to you
I can't
for
believe.
your, need to, okay? All right, 5 minutes. And I wanna thank everybody for staying, I really do. Never have kindness against
That's a
you.
good choice.
Not have no.
Do you have any chocolate without nuts?
I have it. Crazy star.
Go ahead.
I'm getting it. I think it's, I swear. It's not so long, it's making me. Make me have to go bathroom.
Hey, Randall, is the microphone on?
I didn't bring any more, sir.
There you go.
Okay.
We call the planning board meeting, November the, what date is this?
Well,
2025, call the meeting back on at 10:42. I lost the date, man.
We heard it.
Okay, now we're gonna go through, conditions from, on page number 17 all the way to the end. And they're from one of the board members, so from number 30 to 55, Gabby?
I have a question. Why are we forcing ourselves to stay here till almost 11 when we have a special meeting on the books for?
We have other applicants, Gabby, that you start reading. We have many more applicants than Calusa.
I was under the impression that the 18th meeting was a special meeting for.
And that's the
Calusa.
impression you were under, but we have other
Because that's what
applicants.
was
that-
stated at the last meeting.
Yes, you're right. Let's start with 30.
Dock use limited to shipping of equipment and stone, gravel or aggregate material to and from the quarry in Greenport in accordance with the haul road permit. So rather than go on and on about what they can't do, I think we should just say what they can do.
So, dock use, limited to shipping.
Didn't we say?
Elaborate on that.
Didn't we say somewhere also in here that just no hazardous materials?
Right.
So is it
Doesn't the permit say what they can do?
redundant?
Well,
This is
this
the permit.
would limit it only to, Calaruso's own aggregate, so they couldn't ship anything else.
But that's not what they do other stuff, right?
Well, right, this is the option that is being.
Okay, so we're putting a limit on the business, now, yes or no? In a sense.
Yes, you would be limiting their business to only, transporting aggregate from the Calaruso quarry.
So do we wanna do that as a board?
Oh, I see what you're saying, I'm glad it's.
That is a little different than the other condition.
Yes, no?
No, I feel
No,
comfortable
if
doing that.
it's not harmful or hazardous, I don't see why.
So it's a no? Karen, no? Dr. Young, no? Jean?
No. Brenda?
So, yeah,
Would you like, okay, Gabby? Of course, no, so it's a no, so it's a no for number 30. Okay, 31, Gabby?
CUP will expire if Colarusso has not completed all landscaping and construction related to conditions within 18 months of the date of approval, unless they have acquired an extension from the planning board.
I don't have a problem with that, all except I would say construction related to the building conditions or something like that, that structure, whatever you wanna call it.
Yeah, the one that they're supposed to be
Because
fixing.
that's what I was thinking about in terms of doing the repair on,
Right, and so we can give ourselves our. In our response, you'll see that it'll say within 1 year permit issuance, so anything that it doesn't exist now that is supposed to exist under the permit, we give ourselves, or we're offering up a time frame to do that.
Okay, so.
But requiring that the permit, and then that would be a permit condition.
So that's the same, it's basically the same thing.
Except you're giving
18
yourself
months.
less time than I'm giving you.
yeah, she's giving you
Okay.
18
Let's
months.
go with,
And she's giving you actually more time than I was thinking about giving you.
No,
It's great, it's just whatever
Yeah.
time they can do
Right.
it, work it.
So I think 18 months is fair, I mean, if we're gonna keep this, do we wanna keep this?
I'm fine
We
with
wanna keep
keeping that.
18 months?
Yeah, I'm gonna reword it and make it, move it down, but yes.
Okay.
why would we keep his own timetable? Why would we say-
Because I was suggesting that with particular conditions, and I would say, like a condition is, condition one would be, all landscaping shall be implemented as set forth in the site plan, we would say like, within 1 year.
I
But
think 18 months is a
we
good
can,
time.
yeah, we can just.
And
Okay.
that covers any.
That'll be folded into a condition that we will agree to, so.
And that will cover anything that's beyond your control, like if we have a blizzard here or something, you know, we have to stop our. Go ahead, number, okay, so we're gonna keep 31, you're gonna reword it, right?
32, I think.
32,
Yes.
CUP
Gabby?
is not transferable to any other owner or entity.
Well, by law, it would run with the land, so.
Yeah, well, that's,
Can't
yeah.
limit that.
We,
But in my wishes,
It
it
has
doesn't have to
discussion
run
about
with the land.
A conditional use permit would run with the land, I mean, you're issuing it to the property.
I know they do, but do they have to, is my question.
yeah, I think that's a law.
that has not been my
Your attorney
understanding. I can,
said
but I
But
could be
no,
wrong.
it is a law. I went to a class on it. It is a law. If you wanna change it, you have to change the law. It is a law. We talked about.
Oh, no, it's not a law, it's the code, you're saying, if
I
it's
mean,
not, if
well,
it's not
it's a
specifically
law in the
authorized in the code.
If you wanna
It's not a
change
law
that,
that it should run with them, man.
but
It's
that
it's
code
a
says.
feature of the code, right?
No,
No, it's a law.
it's a law.
Yeah.
It's a law.
Department of State, yeah. If we have it right here and,
I mean, they could supersede it and everything else, but zoning
It
regulates.
says New York State Department of
And
State.
not the user, doesn't matter if Palo owns it or someone else owns it, as long as they're complying with the approval and the conditions,
Right.
there's no
Yeah,
change in impact.
Right.
So why, it doesn't
that
matter.
was my thought exactly. I mean,
That
if
is-
it has
is
a
the
different
truth.
name tied to it, they'll still have to comply with all the conditions
Right.
you're set for.
Yeah.
No, I went to a class with the county and it's right here, conditional use permit, and that's what he talked about. He talked about this. At first we thought, well, maybe not, but it is. the-
People try to do the variances too sometimes, and it's just not enforceable.
And also special use
Yeah.
permits in this
Not
city is also gasoline stations, drive-ins, a lot of things. Okay, 33. Okay, so 32 is strapped, is enough.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's
it has to be. It's not, it's unlawful.
And forgive me, I haven't looked at the latest submission from Sweet Tree. So maybe this is redundant, but a 50-foot wide buffer of native trees and shrubs shall be installed along the eastern property boundary.
Didn't we
We've
say?
already addressed.
So I thought that, and we already submitted the site plan with
Yeah,
landscape.
and that's already been approved, Gavin, in a sense.
So we're amenable to a condition that says you will install all the. Construct all landscaping or plant all landscaping inconsistent with the site plan that was approved.
Correct.
So there was a question though, because, when I started looking through the changes you sent, it looked like you had eliminated the berm on the, north, south, on the western property line.
No, the berm is still-
That was when Chris came down, the planning board engineer came down to the site and that.
You crossed it out of the resolution.
On the site plan, it's on, the berm's on it.
If I crossed out that we were not gonna do a berm in the resolution, I think because I said berms. Is what I meant, I didn't,
Okay,
yeah, to be clear, any resolution that's passed, we are agreeable to put the both berms that we had agreed in the site plan. So this is redundant of what we've already agreed. to.
Okay, so that's redundant.
well,
Little correct.
but Gabby, were you looking for it to be wider? Is that why you put 50 feet, or was there something different?
I think this is a condition that I wrote, you know, before maybe we had the review of the Sweet Tree. So I wasn't sure what how many feet it was
So-
covering now.
Yeah,
So we
if
can
you
get
look
rid of
at
33, right?
Today, I
That's
was
already
looking at
there.
the most updated site plan.
Yeah.
If you look on the site plan, it should indicate berm and trees on the west side, berm and shrubs on the north side, because that berm is much higher, so
Right.
you can be able to put trees.
And
up there.
going all the way.
And, yeah, Kevin submit, because I think somebody requested, like, what's the number of trees, what's the type of trees, what are they, but that's all in the suite report, so that's on there.
Okay.
Okay.
All plantings should be native and maintained in perpetuity and immediately replaced, if diseased or dying. Plantings should be inspected every 6 months for signs of distress and shall be replaced if need be.
Inspected by who?
Well, by the applicant, so we
We just wanna make
have,
sure there are not dying trees.
we have a landscaping note,
Yeah.
under 2, it said landscaping shall be maintained with dead or diseased specimens replaced within 5 business days or next planting season. But, so
I think the landscaper was here and he said,
But-
yeah.
but this adds the inspection requirement.
How else can we make sure that the trees are maintained and not left to be, you know, to disease or die?
I think that that's
That's
a
require
visual
us to
thing.
keep them in good working condition, and the code enforcement officer, if he believes that they're not, he can cite us for a violation.
And I mean, that's a visual thing, you can see,
Yeah,
they're not being maintained, it's a visual thing for any public member. So,
Well, so compare to condition 2 and see if you wanna supplement that language.
Conditions.
noise. It's like, how about we just back?
Hmm?
Oh, yeah. What would you say it,
I think 34 is handled by its work.
right, it is handled, so we could scrap 30, I mean, do we wanna scrap it, because it's already mentioned someplace else.
Okay, I can't see that condition two, it says, you know, but
It's in two, and then there's the, like, right now, it's in the annual report that they report on the status of the landscaping.
Okay.
But
All right, so I'm gonna scrap 34, 35, Gabby, please. Thank you.
I have a quick question. Can we get a little more than 5 business days to change the tree out?
I appreciate the we'll go comment afterwards, let's just keep moving forward.
Yeah, 35.
6 days,
Well,
give them 6 days.
No, let's hear.
Let's go to 35, please.
You go to 35, I will say 5 days is quick. I would agree.
So say
But-
5 to 10 days or 5 to
We
14
can do
days.
that too.
6 days, give them 6 days.
35, please.
truck traffic at dock shall be restricted to an annual limit of 16,000 trips to and from, with a peak maximum condition of 284 per day to be estimated to occur approximately twice per year. And if we go to the engineer's report, Pendergraft's report, from 2019 as part of the application, JR himself says the truck trips generated by the project varies from an average of 24 loads per day to a maximum of 142 loads per day. As, and from that number, you derives, as did the county planning board, that would be approximately 14 to 16,000 trucks annually.
All right, do the 284 trucks per day, is that covers everything?
well, that's to be twice per year.
Twice per year.
That's
What
what
is it at, what,
I don't understand what this is.
what are you saying here?
So the board at
I-
the last meeting already had a condition that limited the amount of trucks, the board voted to take.
Yeah, we
that
know
out.
that, but what's being said here, number 37?
Section works.
It's reducing the limit to
Of what?
16,000 trips instead of 284 daily, instead of saying you can have 284 daily twice a year.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna say no. That, the truck trips have already been decided.
Based
Done
on-
and deal with,
But
okay?
it's
Based on
based-
something you're reading from the past.
Yes, but that's the application is all of these documents from the past.
And the planning board already reviewed it, issued us a permit for 284 trucks.
Yes, but this is a different permit. This is a different permit. Those two permits were separated. You can tell me why, but this is a different permit.
Okay, we
And
have,
I'm making the argument that the impact of 284 trucks every day is massive and unnecessary. And in your own words, you never have operated at that level except twice during the year. And all of the applications, all the permits you have, the DOT permits, the Greenport secret review, everything are based on these numbers.
And the planning board had all that information and still issued us a permit.
as a board, so we can move on.
What?
What year is that?
From the 2016 Creighton Manning,
Okay.
this is from
Wait, hold
2019.
it, stop it.
This is
We are going to vote so
2019.
we can move on.
But do people understand what
We're
I'm
going,
saying?
no, you understand. We do understand. You just don't understand it our way. Don't get mad at us because we don't understand what you're trying to do. We don't agree. Okay,
Please
trucks
don't
have
talk to
already
me
been
like that,
decided.
Teresa.
I have to, because you don't know how you're sounding when you talk to us.
I'm
I don't
asking
wanna
if
argue
everybody
with you.
understands the numbers from the Creighton Manning and the Barton and Lejudich documents that the Hall Road application and the Greenport secret review were all based on, because I had to look really, really hard to find them. And I did, and what I found was that again and again and again, it says that the truck volume is the average 24 loads per day. And again, it says with no expectation of intensification or increase. So we are now about to issue a permit that increases it by 18 times,
You already did.
which
that.
will, no, this permit, TJ, not the Hall Road permit, this permit.
Gabby, we are going to move on.
No, but I'm making my point
How
about
does
why
this
this is
permit
relevant.
increase- how does this permit increase truck traffic?
We are about to issue a permit that says that they could run 280.
It's not in here.
What do you mean?
There's no
We
truck
already have a
permits in
permit
this, in
that's
this.
issued and it's hasn't been
That's the
challenged
rule.
and it's
That's
valid.
what
Right, but we can put limitations on that.
No, you cannot.
Yes, we can,
Okay.
of course we can.
Hold
We
it.
can say how many
Hold it.
trucks go in and out of the
We are
dock.
not going, do we?
Excuse me?
Would you stop?
That's wrong.
Gabby, you know, you talk about me disrespecting you, but you disrespect about Okay, enough, you made your
He's
point.
lying to us.
You made your point,
I have something to say.
okay.
I'm starting to find it insulting. You keep asking the board over and over again if we understand these things, as if we don't.
Jesus.
And just because we don't have the same opinion as you, doesn't mean that we don't understand them.
And we
Because
said that.
this hasn't been discussed since I've been,
You
since we've
just
been
got
reviewing
here.
this application.
We're not
discussed
taking
this
it back, we've already
numerous
discussed
times.
this, you wasn't here, and now you wanna
You
take everything
discussed
back.
these Creighton Manning
Okay, let me
truck
stop.
studies
No.
and all of these numbers that went into the Greenport secret.
Okay, you know what, we're moving on, 35. The truck numbers have already been voted on. Do we wanna keep that?
But I just wanna go back to, we took them out before, because I thought we were gonna, we discussed, I don't understand why we don't have a truck limit in this.
Because we already have a truck limit in our haul permit.
This
Going
is a
to-
different.
Wait a minute, going to the dock,
Yeah,
the truck limitation, the numbers are from the quarry to the dock is already established. 284 from the quarry to the dock, okay? So now we're moving on.
This is a
Do
different.
we
permit.
wanna keep this in or move on, yes or no?
You have a real.
Yes
question.
or no? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would keep.
Okay, Gabby, yes or no?
Well, no, obviously.
Okay. Do we wanna keep number 34 scrapped? We've already made the, decision on it.
35.
35. Yes or no? I say scrap it, what you say?
Are we on number 35?
Yes.
Yes, about the,
Strike it.
reducing the truck
I'm
traffic.
gonna strike it.
Strike, I vote to strike it.
This is the number one way we can
Strike.
protect
Okay,
Hudson, is
it
to
is
limit the
strike.
truck
We
traffic.
are moving on. You just because you can't get your way, man, you're really something.
Every time truck numbers are talked about, it's only talked about as 284.
Is that number
In all of the
36?
documents,
Is that
it's
number
24 or
36,
48.
Gabby?
So it hasn't been
Is
discussed
that
over and
number
over and over again.
36, Gabby? Is that number 36?
What were you
We're
gonna
going
say, Victoria?
to, you're not saying, we are going to number
Can I
36.
hear what Victoria
No,
was gonna
because
say?
we're going to number 36. We're
Why?
going to
Because
number-
you insist that we be here at
We're
11
going
and
to
I
number
can't hear what the
36.
lawyer wants to say in response to my very valid question about the fact that
Gabby,
this
do
is
you
the
wanna
number one
recuse
way.
yourself?
No.
Okay, so go to number 36, please.
Victoria, would you like to tell me what you were gonna say?
I was going to explain that the Creighton Manning reports and those reports were all for the Hall Road. So the board did have discussions when it was doing the Hall Road application, but we did discuss this a little bit at the last meeting too. I had the numbers and I addressed the numbers from some of the roads.
Well, when I said the numbers, TJ said those numbers are false. Where did they come from? And I found where
We
they come
told you
from.
not to listen to TJ, even when we told TJ not to talk. So, you know, I mean, TJ, you're gonna keep this going, please stop talking.
So at this rate, there could be a truck every 2.5 minutes going through downtown Hudson, which will
that's-
greatly impact the area. And if this
You won't
city
be
gets
there.
sued with an Article 78 suit because we're allowing that, I'm making a point that I think it's a mistake.
Okay, I understand, but the permit for the Hall Road was already issued, and
Yes.
they already built the Hall Road.
Yes.
So
And
that,
someone already sued and they lost the statute of
No,
limitations.
This is a
not only
different
that,
permit.
You already
The
got
Hall
your-
Road
you already
wasn't,
got the
there wasn't a
permit for the
secret
Hall
review
Road.
about what is good for the city of Hudson. That's a different permit.
Gabby, can we go to 36?
A quarterly report shall be provided to the planning board, which specifies the number of daily truckloads to and from. We've already gone through this with you, Lynn.
Okay, so scrap,
the
that's.
planning board tried to issue a pause deck on the dock operations based on the truck traffic. That's what happened the last time around.
You have already explained it. Please, we have to move on.
All right, fine.
If you're gonna take our time for one person, it's not fair to the rest of us. Okay, so 36 is a strap. Now, no, let's go to 37, Gabby, please.
Any increase in volume would need a variance granted by the ZBA.
Increase in volume, meaning increase in the use.
Truck volume.
Truck volume.
It's a variance from our own permit.
I don't think that's a ZBA thing either. Cause if you increase your
So
truck
this
volume,
would
you
benefit
come back
us,
over
it
from
gives
this.
us the ability to request more volume, but I don't know if that would be the problem.
Right, so the zoning board grants variances from the limits in the zoning law. So if they want to increase beyond what the zoning law says, that would be a variance.
What does the law, the zoning law
There's-
doesn't cover?
There are limits on uses in the zoning law, and that's why they give us a noise study.
We could say if we want to increase truck volume, we'd come back to the planning board, I mean, that's what we would do, we would want to amend.
Right, it would be
Yeah, well,
an amendment
amendment.
to the permit,
That's
if there's
true.
an increase in
Right,
volume
zoning has
of
nothing
more than, I guess,
to.
X%, because you would.
Sure, I have no objections.
Okay, so that's so that shouldn't be in there.
No, well, if everyone wants, if they.
Well, should that be in there? Let's
Strike.
strike it, okay, strike it, let's move on to 38, please.
No materials may be stored at the dock other than gravel and aggregate.
It's back to the same issue we just discussed.
I don't think so. Should we all think, strike it, okay. Number 39, Gabby,
I'm just looking at the ones that weren't included here and wondering, so one that wasn't included was that Colorado must maintain,
can we go to 39?
Wait, well, if we skip them, let her go through it. Kathy,
I know, but if we could, let's do
Do it
what's
at the end.
here.
Yeah.
Okay, and then she could add what's not here, so
no
39.
bulk storage, handling, processing, or transportation of materials beyond the currently mined products. Any change in material, for example, limestone, which has finer particles, will require review and approval by the planning board.
Isn't that part of the permits?
40 and 41 are all about material being stored at the dock, we just had a vote on that. So I
Well,
would say strike
these are-
all.
Doesn't 39, isn't that in the permit?
no, the permit, you're working on the permit, but the code allows raw materials and goods, and so 39 says that if they're changing the
Texture.
aggregate or texture of the aggregate, that they have to come back in for reviews.
If they got the permit,
Yes,
right, so I think that's what the permit will say, that any change of use.
well, right now, it's the broader aggregate is what you voted on a few conditions up. Just aggregates generally. Not by, how fine they are.
Okay.
Are you transporting limestone currently?
Yes.
Huh, really?
Yeah.
Right.
So again, the planning board just went through a condition that tried to limit it more than what we had previously agreed on, and the planning board agreed to strike it, so I think it would only make sense to strike this and the other ones that deal, I mean, they're all just repetitive, different conditions about material being handled at the dock.
Okay, 39, any more questions from anybody else? Strike it or?
Strike it, strike it.
Right? Do I have a majority vote? Right,
All right, 41,
That's
the
enough.
dock,
40 also is striking because we just got
well, I
39.
mean,
That's a repeat, I think.
Okay, so strike 40,
Unless
41,
they-
okay, 41,
the dock shall not be used as storage or for the shipment or receipt of construction and demolition debris materials.
is what, could you give me an example of what that would be?
It's a certain kind of, yeah, debris material.
Stuff like that.
I don't think that would be, I don't think that would be a raw material or.
good.
Yeah.
So I can add this as
Video games.
an example, it's a waste.
I mean, there was one of those comments earlier when
Already
we talked about things
limited
like
solid
the
waste.
ash and the stuff.
Okay, so because he writes this because it's already said, okay, so is it no, because it's already stated.
But is that clear though? Is there differentiation that can be used?
It's not, this stuff is not raw material, it's saying.
It's these that are raw material.
No, it's not.
It's a waste, it has to go to like a C and D landfill that's permitted. Like we could just stockpile it on site. And we can't ship waste anyway.
Okay, number 42.
Material piles stored on site shall not exceed 25 feet in height and should be properly covered when not being actively worked on, including materials sitting on docked barge when not active.
Didn't you
I
say
mean-
it was about
Like
that?
the planning board, this came up
Yeah.
2 meetings ago where they voted that water was sufficient and the best way to control dust and it just be unfeasible to cover the piles because they're so big.
But what happens at night when the water dries and then the wind kicks up and it blows the dust all over when somebody's not there watering it down?
All I'm saying, if the board voted and thought water was sufficient and that covers or not. and-
Oh, yeah, cause covers, we said
we are
that
pretty much
might
screening-
blow off when nobody's there, there's no,
They would have
there's
to
no
be-
way of holding them down.
There are
Well,
tons of
well,
ways.
and that's why we brought in an earlier comment to say not, you know, to have a particular go, you know, off-site versus like to the Hudson River. To take care of this. I mean, whether you want a maximum height or not, I don't know what the.
Yeah, did we talk about
I
that?
think we did.
Didn't you
Yeah,
say
I
that
don't-
the height was 25 feet?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
so the 25
I-
feet came from them.
It's in the site.
It's in the
Yeah.
site plan.
But in
It's
the
in-
earlier thing about not letting it run off,
Yeah.
how is that achieved at night when it's not being watered down?
I tell you the truth, I think when they water it down, it's usually a puddle there.
Well, it's.
I mean, it,
Well, the screening is to help with the dust, I mean, the
the
dust.
screen will help with the dust, I mean, it depends on the conditions, I mean, it depends how dry it is, it depends. How much watering down they did, what size the pile is.
Yeah,
And
Right,
they're
so if
7
there's
days a
20 so if there are
It's
25-foot high piles of limestone that are uncovered at night, I think it only makes sense to have air quality monitoring, making sure that it's not creating hazardous conditions. I mean,
I thought we just voted on it.
I'm just
Yeah.
making a point here that
Oh,
these,
Yeah.
I just confused me.
Okay, so, is there any more questions on 42?
Well, it sounds like, I mean, whether or not you need to make it a condition, the site plan states the piles won't be more than 25 feet high.
Yeah, and they
So
said
that
that
is
is
being.
Now, do we need them covered? We talked about covering could be dangerous because when nobody's there, that cover can blow
Yeah, I
off.
just don't think we could cover it.
Yeah.
There's
That's what it said.
something.
And what, cover the one, and
I mean, I think you could cover them, it's just a question of whether that's like feasible, right? I mean.
Well, I think we
We
talked
kinda
about
talked
that,
about
if we
that.
cover them, then we can't water them,
Yeah,
and.
okay.
But you
But the
but it could be
problem-
covered at night.
you're talking about the barges though, right? This-
No,
Both on-
about
both-
stop the piles. And we had already
Also
said
on the
we could.
barges.
No, yeah, but I think there was a conversation about why it was impractical to cover the piles, but not the barges, like she's got the barges.
We're talking about piles.
No, and on the barges.
And on the
But
barges,
it's
part
not
of
been
the.
here yet. I mean,
Well, it should have been, it was in the previous,
Stop
There. It's at 42.
sitting on docked barge when not active.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You mean sitting in the barge?
yeah, but we're on 42.
And
right?
when.
Yes, that's
we
42.
worked on including
So you
materials
talking about
in the
stuff that's in the barge?
yes, that stuff is, if it's,
We don't have an ability to cover the barges, not our barges, once they're loaded, they're.
And
It's somebody
they,
else's
do
barge.
they go down the river uncovered?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so,
But they travel on the trucks, remember, covered, boots that.
right. we know
right, but
that.
if they're docked, sitting there with piles on it at the river, we could have something to say about that, but not if nobody wants.
I know, but you don't do you pile them above the top of the
Yeah.
barge?
So the barges, like oftentimes are just flat surfaces.
Yeah, in other words, nothing goes above the top
Oh, yeah.
rim of the barge.
That's all. It only goes
And
above.
then that goes the whole way like that, all the way to New York City.
Yeah,
I
the
know,
amount
but
of
let
material.
me finish, please, I got a question. When you're loading them, do you ever leave them that way? Stockpiled high like that, or that's when they're ready to go?
They're loaded up, ready to go, and they do come over the side. They are.
But those, do you leave those
Yes,
overnight and stuff like
at
that?
times, yeah.
Okay.
But that's why we're proposing the screening, is because that'll be there permanently.
See, I wasn't under the impression that, they went that high, cause I've seen barges and I've never seen anything higher than the rim itself. But, how about if you, so cover them, I mean, why can't they just be to the rim?
It depends what barge it is. Some are hopper barges, they go down, say, 12 feet.
Yeah.
So a lot of that you're not gonna see, but then they have deck barges that'll be above the surface. But the Coast Guard doesn't require any of this on the Hudson River. So-
But that is the point, if you're leaving them there, how can it be watered down or the dust kept at a minimum?
Okay, how long does the water last?
Go down the barge wet and feel it wet and goes on the barge and you won't get crushed off. Not once you weigh it down there, the surface will dry, but there's not gonna be any dust to wash it.
Yeah, there's already a
Fine, part-
condition that says that we have to water the dust and maintain it so it avoids off-site impact, so all of this, I think, would be included in that.
Okay, all right, so you guys understand? I mean, we all do we wanna, do we wanna scrap this, because what they're saying is that they're gonna take care of this. And I can understand what you're saying, Gabby, that, you know, they do, if they're sitting there and they stockpile, will there be dust? And they're saying not really. So scrap it or keep it.
Well, I think she was concerned that when it dries, if it does dry, what does it produce, continuing to produce? Is that what I was hearing?
Yeah, but they were saying that it's not, when you water it and it's in the barge, it doesn't get dry, in a sense.
It's basically, when you wet the surface, they're basically washing the fine particles off. Now they're not on the surface anymore.
Yes.
We're just talking about huge amounts. Bigger, you know, this permit will say bigger than anything that's been down there before of all sorts of material, some of it very fine, that is just sitting there uncovered on the water, on the barge or on the dock. And it can't be watered down 24 hours a day. And that dust is going to blow around, and it is a city park right next to the dock, and it is worth trying to find ways to do everything we can to keep that dust from being in our air that we and our children breathe.
Let's see what the.
Well, it's
what you
that
said.
we have earlier conditions in there that apply to, you know, you can't migrate off-site.
But how? When you say can migrate outside, how are they doing that? Just by watering it down?
But that's up to us.
Well, that's actually what I was gonna say,
Yeah.
but to some degree, that comes down to their means and methods of how they're gonna, they could water it.
But how are
They could cover it if they wanted to. So the question comes down to, are you going to dictate what they're going to do for their means and methods to make it happen? Or are you gonna set a condition out that they need to meet that it doesn't migrate out?
Because how do
And
we
what kind
monitor
of
whether?
condition do you,
Yes.
like, what is?
Not your job.
Can can it be covered? No, cause now I was thinking of the stockpile on the dock, but now we're talking about.
Well, the dock and dog, I think both dock and barge, I'd have to look into it to see if you can even cover it. I
I
don't
don't
know
think
that
you,
you really can.
I don't think you can cover it on the dock, we talked about that, so on the barge, does it have a weight that? No, the barges don't come with covers.
I mean, they don't come with any, listening to the applicant, I mean, I have to look, I don't have an answer if they absolutely can. Part of it's gonna be looking to see how big the piles are, you know what I mean, but
How big are the piles?
it's 25 foot tall, I mean, it's what, 50 feet wide, probably 200,
I think it's all labeled in the same.
Yeah.
is it? Okay,
Alright, so we can table this and look into it again.
we can look at for
Oh,
you.
do we agree?
Yeah.
What do we think?
Let's look
We
at-
could,
look
we
at
could strike
that.
it or look into it.
Let's look into it.
Look into it?
That's right.
Look into it. Okay, so number 42,
43, we already went through that with Randall's.
Yeah,
okay, so scrap that. 44,
This is the parking or idling.
That's in
we
there.
already.
We've already
did
done
that.
this.
okay, scrap 44, 45,
I think this is already in there, shall
Yeah, it
comply.
is.
scrap
Yes,
that.
it is.
46, that's in there too.
Well, no, this is more specific, 46, it's dark sky compliant. That the lighting shall be facing down and be dark sky compliant, although I did find in an EAF that they said there would be no outdoor lighting. But if there is going to be, that it be dark sky compliant.
Which is not unusual, is that on the site plan, I wonder?
So we took because we started getting like multiple plans, we folded the lighting plan, it's all, the landscaping, the lighting is all on the site plan. And so, the lighting is on there, and we have a photometric survey that shows that there's no off-site impacts from the lighting that we're gonna have.
I think the question though is, are they dark sky compliant fixtures?
Currently, they may not be. Not right now, but.
Well, can
I
there be?
mean,
a-
what does that mean, you know, explain to me, Gabby, what does that mean, dark?
It means that they don't emit glare
Oh,
upwards.
yeah, upward, they're facing down.
But they're facing down.
But I think that's
But
also.
the lights,
in the-
yeah, the lights they
plan
have
that-
that's facing down.
But I think he also admitted that, or has indicated in something that I read, that.
Well, some of what they said is they don't have the migration off the site, dark sky is similar but a little bit different, I don't know that that's unreasonable. I would
It's a
think
little
that's-
more specific.
It's a little
and-
more specific, I don't think that's unreasonable for the planning board to consider that.
Do we wanna consider it?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sure.
Yes, okay, we'll consider.
So I'll reword that, 'cause
Mhm.
we're gonna need revision of the site plan.
Okay, number 47.
And I think don't you
What?
already have motion activated, security, if I remember?
I think
Yes,
Yeah, we said that.
I'll take a look at site plan, the ones that can
Yeah.
be dark sky,
Mhm.
I don't think we have an issue with that,
Yeah.
but some of the security lighting that has to be otherwise.
Yeah, right.
But that will be motion detected, the security.
Because
Yeah,
Yeah, that's on there
somewhere in there, Gabby.
Gavin said that, somewhere. So 47 we strap.
Wait, no, sorry, I'm confused about what was just said. If it's security lighting, it's not motion activated?
There's lights down there now that are on when the sun goes down and.
So they're timed.
Okay.
So those would have to be dark sky compliant in my condition, so that there are no upward facing lights at night.
And they are not now, and we can make them start dark sky compliant.
Great, thank you.
I was only counting on, there was a safety light that needed to be a certain way at the dot for, but.
For the
I'm
barges
sure
coming
it's
in.
not an issue.
All right, how about number 47?
That was number 47.
No, 47
No,
is not-
47 is about, right.
Yeah, but we just sort of talked a little bit about that.
I thought somebody just said that the security lighting was motion activated, except for what isn't, and that would become dark sky compliant.
It's
Yeah.
sorry, but
Okay.
But, can you confirm, I mean, we should.
You don't have motion activated.
We'll update the site plan to show what each light is and will be.
Okay.
But do you have motion activated?
I was gonna raise the security motion, or is it just based on, darkness?
Yeah.
We kinda did talk about that if somebody enters your plant and you're not there.
Well,
Something to go down.
it's based on dark,
They're
they're photo side.
Yeah.
So can we make it motion activated, just so it's less light? I
But
mean,
this is, but now the new ones are more infrared, so they see day for light, so you don't even need the light at all. Like a new
So the
security.
photometric survey was, the
Not
purpose of
camera
that is to show that there are no off-site impacts from lights currently.
Exactly. All right, so, motion activated is not a need for it, or is it a need?
I mean, I don't see what the harm is.
I see what you, okay, I think.
Board.
Activate, I think.
I don't have a problem
We
with
can,
that.
we can discuss it because we'll address it in our response.
Okay,
Okay,
so we'll
Barb.
keep it, so you say keep it and you'll address
Some
it.
more response.
Okay, 48.
Barges attached to the dock should not extend beyond the northern and southern ends of the western dock bulkhead and should not block or hinder access and navigation of recreational boats on the Hudson River to and from the Henry Hudson Riverfront Park.
I don't
Beyond
need
the
to be-
ordinary, southern, and what's the west?
I like it,
What's the western dock bulkhead?
I like it,
Do we wanna keep this?
yes.
I've got a question.
Oh,
I just don't know what.
I don't know.
Maybe it's turn.
I don't know what she means.
No, west-
It's not clear.
Facing west.
Wasn't even the.
I think in your thing, he did say where it was. He
I don't
did give
understand.
directions.
We're just saying, not extending north, right? The dock is facing west,
Correct, yes.
right? So that's the western dock bulkhead and not extending north beyond it or south to the northern end and southern end of that dock.
We have to go south. Beyond it. So property all the way down through.
Oh, yeah, because that's where you stored the,
Do you,
you stored
Yeah,
things there.
it depends on. Sometimes we did resolve that.
The way we handle it north is we make sure the kayakers can get in the inlet where the repair was done.
Right.
So we're way south of the park. But we do, consider and make sure that they can get access to that inlet.
so it wouldn't be a problem to say that you wouldn't extend beyond the northern end.
Well, the northern end, we go by a little bit, but we're not talking about up at the park. We're talking about right at our property line where the bulkhead repair was, which is an inlet where kayakers made.
So you're saying that you would potentially, your barges would protrude,
They go a little further north, but the inlet is always open.
And
Yes,
that's.
or we could reword it to say barges shall not block the inlet.
Okay,
For the recreation.
Yeah.
I would think language could be agreed upon.
Yeah, that's it.
So number 49? No. We're moving on. It's good.
The barges and boats attached to the dock shall be limited to lighting that is required to comply with federal and state navigational laws.
Oh,
Isn't that better?
Have lighting.
Is that set?
So this is, we've already the lighting on the,
Yeah.
dock. It have to do with the lights on the chart.
Yes, they have
But
to
they
take,
don't have
it's
the
not as large, we don't have any.
They don't have control of the barge.
Yeah,
But the tugboat does have a light, I saw it.
and some of the barges do as well.
Well, let me ask this, if, so. Boats coming in. To dock, at the dock, those barges,
Colors does that.
no, at the park dock, at the waterfront.
Okay.
How would you, if they are dark, if the barges are, you know, a dark color, black, whatever percent I think they normally are. How, if they're not lit,
They have safety. They are.
They-
They're
okay,
required,
they-
yeah.
and those lights are on like all the time, like in the evening, they're on.
Same thing, or.
They're on the corner.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I've
it
never seen.
complies with federal and state navigation laws. So this is it's already done. So it's 50, we're moving along, we're getting there. We got.
Dollar Sun shall grant an easement to the city of Hudson over the north side of the commercial dock parcel adjoining the Henry Hudson Riverfront Park for maintenance and pedestrian only use to facilitate access, maintenance, and use of the southern section of Henry Hudson Riverfront Park as demonstrated in climate adaptive design of Henry Hudson Riverside Park. The pedestrian easement should connect to the statewide trail system if possible. I mean, I address it in a minute, but I believe you guys were in discussion about even paying for that pedestrian bridge.
What?
Yeah.
No idea what you're talking
No.
about.
This is this is like the railroad bridge from that exists now, that goes from the.
No.
And
Not the
another
railroad
thing,
bridge.
I think we talked about us not dictating whether people could get on your property, is that?
There was a finding in the resolution that essentially said,
We're not,
a commercial property is not an appropriate place.
right, we don't
No,
know,
that's not what,
Especially when there's park.
yeah,
that's not what I'm talking
what
about.
were you saying?
I'm talking about the adaptive design, the climate adaptive design that was in front of this board in March before my time here, which is a huge project to redesign the whole park. They wanna take that final.
You're talking about something that was supposed to be done that they pulled out of doing? For people, they're not gonna do it now?
No, they mentioned, I'm gonna try to pull it up, they mentioned. that-
Who's they?
No, some,
Oh,
some plan mentioned that they would. Let me just.
There-
Give me a second.
no, right, I think you guys got.
There is a big, huge park plan in the works. There was a,
No, I was showing you the site, if you, I just didn't know what.
no, I wasn't saying already to you.
That's all right.
Sorry. So,
I'm gonna show
do
you.
you remember in March when the climate adaptive design park?
Are you talking about an agency that came in and said they were gonna design the park?
No, dude, developer.
It was a woman
developer,
named Wendy.
Somebody other than Calaruso?
Correct.
Right, okay, so we're talking about a third party coming in, saying they're gonna design the park, has nothing to do with your application here. So go ahead, I just wanna make sure who we're talking about here.
Yeah, there is a huge project in the works for the park and a redesign of the park. In that redesign, this, look, you guys have it. You have the bridge in this plan.
It's somewhere right here. It's right there.
Does that exist?
Yeah, there's a little railroad bridge.
I'm sorry, I think
It
that
is
is not a
there.
railroad bridge.
Yeah, it's
Right.
like, it's.
So we're asking for an easement.
Who, the public, you're asking for an easement for the public?
No, they were gonna pay for something.
I.
Yeah, oh, so. Just to answer your question, site plan. Sorry. So our property line ends here,
Yeah,
right, so
So
we
this-
can't grant an
there's-
easement over property we don't own.
But you were gonna pay for something?
there's no,
No.
your property line is there?
Here,
It's halfway up the inlet.
so see how this first inlet here comes in, the property line is, it's here on ground, and then it's estimated to continue through the water here, and then here.
Well, I apologize. I
Yeah,
thought it went over to here. And there was not a discussion about. At some point in, a nice discussion in good faith with the city of Hudson and the Department of Public Works and assemblage for funding and construction of the pedestrian bridge?
That wasn't before the planning board, so I don't know, that was not before the planning board.
I know,
Talking.
I'm asking Caluso.
It was like,
It was talked about, we just cut back to the basics and we just went to work on the permit,
okay,
that's all. None of us recall talking about.
Okay,
Alright, so, 50 strap, get rid of it, yes?
Well, I mean, I would still,
Strike.
I would still vote to put it in, but.
Gabrielle, strike,
Remove.
okay.
Color
Okay,
is done.
so 50 is removed, wait a minute, so no. Okay, 51, Gabby, please.
Well, that was what I was just asking
Oh.
about.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so 51 is a no. Okay, 52.
Colorado and Son shall retain an engineering firm to perform a traffic safety study and evaluate the feasibility and cost of installing sidewalks on Front Street and Broad Street and along the Hall Road. What,
I think the traffic is safety study, so.
but to talk about installing sidewalks, just like Heights Nest did, and you asked Heights Nest to do more of.
Yeah, they said no, and you didn't back me on that.
That wasn't on their site plan. They built a sidewalk on the site plan. And there's no traffic down there. This is a huge amount of pedestrian traffic along a road with no sidewalks that they're gonna have 284 trucks on a day. It's reasonable to talk about a sidewalk
A sidewalk where?
along Front and Broad Street.
Going where? To the dock. I don't, the part
To
that
the
they
park.
cross goes straight
But
to
if
their
you're
dock.
not, the new bridge also has a pedestrian sidewalk?
Yeah.
But what about walking to the antique warehouse and walking to the Basilica?
They don't have anything to do with that.
Yes, they do. Their trucks are along that road. That's the Hall route.
Okay, do we agree with that, yes or no?
Those businesses.
Okay,
Those
strike
should
it,
have-
But they're not in front of us for a conditional. use
strike,
permit.
yes or no? Randall, we need your vote, yes or no, strike? Please.
Yeah, it's not their property. so
Okay.
we can't.
Gabby is, you yes,
Make the
you strike. Doc? Doc?
I already said.
Okay, Jean? Me strike,
Sorry.
okay. 52 is a strike, it's a no. 53, please.
In a potential partnership with Columbia Land Conservancy and the Hudson Sloop Club, Colorado and Son shall fund and implement the replacement of the existing 36-inch culvert under the Hall Road with a box culvert or bridge structure designed to restore full tidal flow to the South Bay.
What are you saying?
Would you like me to read it again?
No, I like you explain it. What are you asking
Well,
for here?
This wasn't.
all of it.
Wait, I want her to
If,
kind of,
I mean, this was written a lot about in the public comments, so I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
see, I asked you to explain it, now you wanna say, well, you can't understand it?
No, I'm merely saying this was addressed a lot in the public comments, and the Sloop Club, I believe, was in conversation at some point
So
about
you're
it.
asking them to replace an existing 36-inch culvert?
It's on the Hall Road though.
Yeah, it's not on the property, it's on the Hall Road. When we studied the Hall Road, that was a part of the study, and those culverts were found to be in good working condition. If any organization wants to come.
So this is about the whole road?
Correct.
Oh, boy.
But-
No, okay.
You
Are we
guys
gonna go forward
Can
with
tie
this?
this to the Hall Road when it's convenient, but when it's not convenient, you say that's about the Hall Road, but when you say it's already been approved by the Hall Road, it's very
want-
cherry
You wanna
picking.
keep this?
It's fine,
You have to
obviously
tie
it's
the
gonna be voted
conditions-
against.
You have to tie the conditions to a specific impact from the dock, and so I'm just saying a 36-inch culvert tying to the dock. I don't-
Well, the
I don't-
dock operations are the reason for the 284 trips, right? If there was no dock operations, there wouldn't be all those trucks on our streets. And the South Bay wouldn't be potentially under threat from the Hall Road. So it is tied to the dock operations. These two things are tied together, which is why they should have been one permit, but they're not, which keeps bringing us back to this very annoying
Us?
conversation.
Us?
Yes, we are having
I
the
would like to say
conversation.
something that she said we're cherry picking, we're actually being consistent. We're saying we're not gonna address the 284 truck trips because it's already been addressed in the Hall Road. As we're saying here, the culverts had already been existed during the Hall Road permit, so you're wrong and you're mischaracterizing it, we have been consistent.
But the 284 trips can be addressed
I'm not-
regarding the
you know
dock
what?
operations.
Or do we
Those
wanna-
trucks go
do
to the
we
dock.
want- Gabby, do
It's
we
not
wanna
a
keep-
separate thing.
I simply brought it up to address the statement that you just made.
And I'm
That's all.
simply
Okay.
responding.
Do we wanna keep 53 or scrap it? Yes or no? Please.
I wanna keep it.
Okay, Randall?
Oh, but 53?
53, yeah, we're on.
Kim?
Straight.
Doc?
No.
Jean?
Right.
Strike. Okay, strike. Randall, you wanna vote?
Yeah, I feel like it is so old.
Okay, so it's two, keep the rest strike, is enough,
Yeah.
53. 54, Gabby, please.
54 is redundant with 52, although I
Right.
Okay, so it's a
failed to
no
mention the
for 54, it's
4.4 acre
redundant,
parcel, which I
okay,
know nobody would vote for anyway, so.
okay, 55.
We've already gone over this,
So
so
that's a
we're
no,
on
okay, all right, so.
I love I want 55. But
We said that's gonna be for review.
55. Well, you know, wait a minute.
No.
Hey, Gabby mentioned she had more, I think.
But we went through this.
Okay, we should go, I just said no, I think we're redundant.
Right. Victoria's saying the rest of your stuff was kind of for sale.
Well, I mean, there were things that had already been discussed, like the speeding permit, SWIFT,
Yeah.
the time for the dock operation was in another section.
Mhm.
So, I mean, unless there's something else.
No, I hadn't had a chance to see which ones, I was just trying to look through them.
Can I just ask a question about the building, so it's still in there that the grain tower that's coming down?
Mhm.
And and where's the language on the maintenance of the building?
That's,
Gabby
the
mentioned
beginning.
something about,
no, yeah, look at the beginning, let's see where all that stuff, then it says conditional use permit findings.
Yeah, but I'm just,
Are you gonna come to the next one in 2
months.
Randall wants to know where is it, you can tell him.
Where what?
the language for the building, for the
For the tower comes down.
So the preparation, the repair of the building.
It was in, it was
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come down.
They said it was hands down, we said, okay.
It takes 18 months.
It's in the conditions, but it's also already in the site plan.
Okay, good, okay.
So,
And the silo.
okay, and the silo too, right?
Is this a present?
They said we were gonna get the silo down, and we said, okay. So you put on the site plan, we can the berm.
Remove, okay, revision of the site plan section, including indicating the removal of the non-operational cement tower.
Right,
Okay, good.
it's in there.
It's in there, good.
Okay, so now we have,
Some of them I'm leaving in because, so we don't have to have discussion.
but
But it's in the.
you're
site
gonna,
plan.
we're gonna send, so this resolution is gonna be reprinted
I'll send it around
and
based on
send it
tonight.
to,
I'm gonna look at it again.
right, no, you're gonna send it to,
Everyone.
you're gonna send it to, TJ. And then TJ is gonna respond to it,
Yes,
okay?
so as soon as you get that
So,
notice, we will
Okay,
put a response in as soon as we can. Try
as
not
soon
to
as
get
you
up.
can, please, if you guys gonna give this on the same day, we might as well not
I
come.
mean-
We're not doing this again this time.
No, I understand that,
Okay.
Teresa, I cannot work faster than a Friday or Tuesday turnaround.
Just, so we're doing everything we can to, with this application.
You
We have
agree?
several applications, we have something like 17 applications not done.
18th,
Okay,
maybe about the 18th, right?
yeah,
Yes.
so the next meeting on the 18th, see you then.
Is there any other business?
Oh, yeah, let's approve the bills.
I'll make a motion.
I'm off.
Till the 18th.
Mhm.
We can put it off till the 18th.
Well, the 18th is gonna be much shorter.
I know, that's what I'm saying, we do the bills on the 18th or no?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we
Yeah.
can.
All right.
And we just wanna, oh, no, we wanna get them paid.
Oh,
Let's
my
approve the bills, because we don't have that long,
So just
Can I get a
does he have
motion to approve all the
Does
bills?
he have to read it?
Yeah, there you go. He's got to for them to be recorded, so.
Oh, excuse me, we gotta unplug it right there.
Barton and Lagunas, dated 11/6/2025.
Yeah.
$13,682.07.
Thank you.
We approve.
Approved.
Can I get a motion to approve the bills?
Make a motion to approve
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next bill.
Which one you got?
Oh, that's the only, no, Bart Loaded had a bill.
Motion to adjourn.
This
No,
was
Bart Loaded.
Martin Lagunas, I just read, thank you.
Oh, you didn't have a bill?
Take care. Good night.
All right. Can I get a motion to now,
Adjourn.
No.
wait, we got something else?
Bills. And approve the minutes.
Oh, can we approve the minutes for the dates I said, because they're back?
I make a motion.
We wanna.
Good night, thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, approve,
Thank you,
motion to
Victoria.
approve the
Good night.
minutes for 9/9/9/23 and 10/9 and 10/28.
I make a motion to approve all those minutes that you noted above Then so.
Okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's it?
Howard John.
Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion, I make a motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
No.
that's 11:36.
You say it.
No. You're by yourself, I'm going, uh-oh.
11:36.